I forgot to unmute the microphone, so forgive me. I had like 2 minutes of speaking and now everything is going to be fine. And what I'm going to play today, and it's all gone to waste. So let's try it again. Good evening, everybody. And I'm already having a few games. I tried to get the most interesting games opening as quickly as possible. And for the first 2 hours I'm trying to open mostly regular speed games, but there are some turbos in already, and especially I think this turbo was a mistake because the blinds are already at such a high level, and I should look a bit better on when to late reg to turbos. So it always isn't that easy, and I'm having some tables on the other screen so that we'll always have 4 tables running on this screen. And I'm thinking that we are opening mostly turbos after 10 o'clock in the evening, and after 10 o'clock we'll be opening just 180 mens or hypers. So we are aiming to have something like, I don't know, perhaps end at somewhere around 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock finish time, so that we'll get the nice 5 to 7 hours of poker today. And for YouTube, please use the 180p resolution, because then it works nicely and all the other options are worse. Even though 720p is also, it's watchable, but it's not that good. Luckily, when we have late reg to a game that we shouldn't, we are getting a nice hand, and I'm hoping that we can double up now. And I have forgot to even start my HUD, so... And I will play Storm because I had registered to Sunday Storm. I thought I'll be smarter than PokerStars when they said when PokerStars said that on the satellites, they said that you can't unregister a ticket you have won from a satellite. So I thought that, if you can't unregister a tournament you have won from a satellite, perhaps I'll register myself to Storm so that everything I win from satellites will be tournament dollars, and then I could play some satellites without getting registered to this Storm. And unfortunately, this is a situation where Stars beats Aarnimetsa, and even though I thought I'm smart now, I'm still registered to the Sunday Storm and I can't unregister, so we'll see Sunday Storm today. YouTube will take some time before it ups the resolution. It will take somewhere between half a minute and a full minute. They are trying to do it in a way that there wouldn't be a break in the video stream.
Good evening, my name is Dayah. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but I had to make some changes for our information, so I'm here now joining Aarnimetsa's great evening, I hope.
And this is something I wanted to see in the low limit games, that we are having 5 players going to the flop, and of course when we are having ace king, I think the best course of action is just to shove it and hope that we'll get calls from worse. Yeah, Stars was trapping me with the satellites, and well, they were smarter than me this time. Although I think that we have pretty much every time played the Sunday Storm, because Sunday Storm, it's a great story. It's a great story when there are thousands of players, but I must say that I'm already worried because at 2030 they need to seat something like 100,000 or more players, and I think the poker stars will be taking a toll at it. So there will probably be a lot of lag and unfortunately we couldn't get anyone from the knockout to call, and I think it's an easy spot in a sense. It's an easy spot in a sense because when the first one that opens is opening, he might have a good hand, and the first player that calls behind him might have a good hand. But the next players that are calling, they are always having a bad hand, because it's just self-evident for them as well that if they 3-bet there, they are going to get money in quite probably. So I think that these two players are always dead money, but when I shove it in, I can get one of those first players to call or... And Kaleon says that it works with stopping stream and then changing. That's a good tip for Korpisoturi as well. And if you are using 720p or 180p, you are also getting the better audio quality for this good run radio.
There is not only 1 or 2 people from our members that has said that by listening our broadcasts and coachings, they will have a better run on their own games. So let's hope a good evening for all of our listeners.
And I thought that I have been the most unluckiest guy ever at these MTT coachings. And before today's coaching, I looked at this year's MTT coachings, and I have won something like 3.8k from the coachings. So perhaps I haven't been the more unluckiest guy ever.
Probably not. But of course that's not enough. I think and I do hope that you are aiming for a lot higher.
Yeah, of course. Every time that there is a new opportunity. This is an interesting one. Ace Queen, I'm on the edge. Should I 3-bet or should I just flat it because he doesn't seem to be out of his mind? If he would have been a wider player or a looser player, I would have probably 3-bet and being happily going for broke. But if this guy 4-bets, I think Ace Queen is going to be an easy fold. So. But that's good to know that there is an idea on how to get the YouTube working better, because this is like our first time we are aiming to do a broadcast in English in YouTube. So we haven't figured it out already, and sorry about that, but I think we are going to improve in the future.
And I hope we'll get lots of new listeners and members with having this broadcast on YouTube. And we'll see how things will go from now on. But if you have found us only on YouTube, please register to our site, because then you can leave your own message to our own personal chat on pokerimania.com/forum.
Yeah, we are having our own chat here, and we hope to see all of you in the chat in the future. And then you can comment live on, or close to live. I think there is something like 30 seconds of delay between when you can hear me and see what's happening here and on the chat. And Vaakku is seeing my beard on a 60-inch screen with Chromecast. I think my beard on a 16-inch screen looks like it's 5 centimeters long, and...
Well, isn't it? It's way too long already.
And I have heard that like the beard doesn't matter that much, but I really should do something about the moustache.
Yeah, it starts to get a bit annoying.
And Caleon had made 2.6k of profit today. You decided to pre-order that good run. Well, that's always awesome to pre-order good run. And how many games did you play today?
That's really nice profit. Well done. I hope you can ship us some good run as well. I think, and I'm a bit afraid that this is going to be a long night, so any good luck is happily received.
Yeah, now we are aiming for doing something like the... And even when I tried to stay on the low stakes, I still found out that there are games like this $25 hyper, so I just couldn't resist the temptation.
Well, you just love hypers. I cannot blame you. And actually, I think the biggest score you have had on the MTT nights was from Hyper Turbo MTT play.
Yeah, we have actually been twice in the final table of once in a 6 max hyper and once in a 9 max hyper, so they are the known games for us. And they are the games that I have played most. I have played a lot of Super Turbos on Full Tilt Poker, and I have played a lot of Hyper Turbo Sit and Goes on Stars. I think I'm over 50,000 of those already. And Caleon only 168 games, so you have had a decent amount of good run today.
So how long that baby is going to stay at your place? We have heard many times that there is one baby and he's disturbing me. But if he's bringing that kind of a good luck for you, maybe you shouldn't get rid of it.
And for all the foreigners, we are not suggesting Caleon to get rid of his own baby. Caleon has a lone baby in the house, so...
And we don't loan babies in Finland either. It's his sisters or something. Just to make sure you don't get the wrong idea. I think there was a relative visiting him and she or he had a baby with. So that's why we have heard of that baby and how he's been crying and crying.
But I think that there are some... From the loaning babies, I'm going to another direction. Was it yesterday or the day before that, in Tallinn, I saw a new video rental place. Like someone has opened a new video rental place with the DVDs and stuff. If I'm thinking about what is like the worst business idea ever, or not ever, but for this time in the world, like loaning DVDs would be the absolute not worst business idea that I can come up with. And we had seen a new place and a new proprietor trying to do it, and it was like, this is insane. And nothing more than loaning videos, not like Makuni in Finland, that's a candy store nowadays. And Korpistori is planning to start a baby loaning business.
Actually, if you start to think about it, there could be a business. Because, for example, if there's a couple who wants to have a baby, what's the better way to get rid of those ideas than to borrow the baby for them for 2 weeks? Then they get to see how annoying that can be, or how difficult or devastating, and then they can decide whether they really want to have their own or not. Actually, Why not? I think it's only the matter of the babies. Where do we get those from? Well, I do know where you get the babies, but where do you get the babies to rent or to loan? That might be a bit problematic.
I think that's like the question if it's taken out of context. That's like the question that gives you the worst person of a lifetime award or something.
Yeah, well, hopefully nobody cuts that piece out of this video broadcast later on. Yeah, well, we usually put all of our videos to YouTube channel to be watched later on if you just happen to miss on our live broadcasts. But I might have to rethink it this time.
And now I'm trying to just have a sizing here that will get the loading busted most of the time. And we are getting him busted and we are ahead, so...
Good job. Oh, there was some kind of mole problem.
Yeah, mold is the correct word.
Yeah.
And they had to move from there and they have not yet found another place. That's always sad, and that's a problem in really many Finnish houses. And really many Finnish schools are also having the same problem.
We might be running hot on the Hutter.
But isn't that like what you should do? Isn't the Hutter for running hot? And when there are, I don't know, when they are something like 10,000 entrants, you need to run hot, like get any real money out of it.
Yeah, well, Korpisotori, you are right. Maybe we should try that line and see if it's working. Yeah, well, after 9 months, we could have time to rethink this business plan, and what better way to get rid of your own baby than to borrow it to others? Yay! Actually, there is going to be a baby next week here.
Yeah.
My sister's going to be so angry with me.
And not just one baby, but 2 babies.
1 toddler and 1 baby.
What's the difference?
Toddler can walk.
Oh, that's the difference.
Pretty much. I'm not 100% sure if that's the accurate description for the toddler, but toddler is something like...
Something like that's more dangerous for everything, every wire and everything.
Exactly. They are more hazardous than babies. Babies don't move that much yet.
Interesting. I must say that I'm having an awesome table. There are like every player on the table are players that I want to play against. But this is a $1.1 6 max, so perhaps that's to be expected.
You are so going to ship that. There is only 2,230 players to go.
And I'm getting something like $60 if I'm shipping it.
But it's a win. Yeah, I think we're not going to get the 10... We're not going to get 100 babies. If any on this conversation.
So Korpisoturi is thinking about being the Genghis Khan of Riihimäki. I think I have read somewhere that Genghis Khan is one of the persons that is having the highest amount of genetic material still left in the... This is hard. This is harder than hard. And this is harder than hard on multiple tables at the same time. I was really close there, but I'm having 2 overcards and I'm having a second nut flush draw. So there might be someone with the nut flush draw and weaker kickers. And also he's having such a short stack, so he needs to do something.
But why on earth was he on the hand with 9-3 offsuited at the beginning with?
I think that's something that describes on why you can have such a huge ROIs on these smallest tourneys.
True.
Actually, that could sound good and look good on a resume that I'm the Genghis Khan of Riihimäki.
Yeah. We are playing poker and then we are starting to talk about Genghis Khan and his
genetic material.
It must be strong. As you can hear, you can be ready to hear whatever you might or might not even think of. Because there might be sometimes some really weird off topics going on. But it's just part of this game.
Yeah, it's just part of poker that it just gets you off topic sometimes.
So obviously you are planning to have a long set today. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to do a bit a longer one because now we are having some time and we have slept correctly for having a longer session, so... And we haven't done a long MTT session in a while.
So prepare to have your popcorns and energy drinks ready. Caffeine is highly recommended after a few hours, and we will need that.
Already, I'm trying to enjoy my coffee. And actually, I don't remember where I have read about it, but like how your child will develop its one half of DNA, and the education he gets from home or the environment at home, it's something only like 10%. So like the loaning babies wouldn't even be that immoral because it wouldn't affect the future of the baby that much.
Immoral. Wouldn't even be that immoral. So that's one part I can cut out of this video. Yay.
I should probably have said dangerous, but...
Yeah.
And it's only coffee, believe me.
Please do not contact any police forces or anything. We are just joking here. For real. That's not our main business plan at the moment.
Yeah, the funny jokes aren't our core competence. This is going to be nasty. We are having some decent options to improve our hand in the future. And it would be better if we would have 7-5, even though the absolute value is worse, but then we would have more outs. And because he bet so little on the flop, I just think that we needed to call. And on the turn, it's also it's hard. It's hard to let go. It's hard to let go, it's hard to carry on. And Winchell is... I think min raising is a bit better, min raise folding than shoving it. Somewhere around Jack 9 suited I would have shoved it. Jack 9, Jack 10 suited. And I'm thinking Jack 6 suited is something that we can't shove, and we can't shove that profitably, and with the ace-jack off, we are going to be raise calling this time around. So I'm having multiple ranges for the situation at those stack depths, but in here, when we are having just 7 big blinds effectively, it's going to be shove or fold against the Srostiks. And practically, it's one of those situations in poker that both of the players played correctly, but the one player got the longer straw and had a bit better situation going on. I'm not going to play Sunday Million today. And 7-8 improved to double gutter in turn, not nuts. Actually, I didn't even notice the improvement to double gutter. And that's something I should be ashamed of. And Tupe asks, what is a good steal percent for an MTT player from small blind? I think it's going to be higher than most of the players are playing with, but it depends so much on what the opponents are doing. But I think that at least in a bit higher games, the players, at least the regs, aren't defending their big blind the necessary amount, so you can pretty much get away with even at the deep stacked phase, you can get away from something around 60 to 70%, and when you get with the shorter stacks, you can actually go really close to 100%. And still do profitable plays against most of the opponents. And this is interesting. We are having such deep stacks against those that this suited one gapper is going to be good as well. And in here, I think because he's a supernova, he's going to be shoving closer to what's correct, and when we are just less than 10 BBs, 9 ace suited is going to be a snap call for us. Yeah, I want to be at the Sunday Million final table as well, but we have played Sunday Mills like, I think, every week except for 2, so we are now focusing on having a theme here. And Jack 7 off, it's the same reasoning as Jack 7 suited the last time around.
So Tupe, there is quite a lot of games here you could join to be on the final table with us, so take a peek. There is Sunday Storm.
Looking if there's still some game in the background, but nope. I'm still moving this $25 hyper here because I think it's going to be one of the interesting. It's going to be one of those games that's in the more interesting phases of play. I'm trying to find another game here that's in the phases that the money is really divided. And also to pay, it depends the small blind steal percent. Like if you are shoving from, I don't know what to say, if you are shoving from some, like I have seen MTT players that only shove on small blind for something like 15 BBs down. And if you are shoving from 15 BBs down, you can't get as high of an SB steal percent and still be profitable than if you are having multiple different ranges on the spot.
Well, Korpisotori. Yeah. Well, there is a theme except one game. Is that good enough?
There is a theme except all the $25 hypers that start during the evening.
Is there more than one?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a theme except for the hypers. And then you are saying there is something else that's not hyper, but it's a game for you.
I think I have registered to something like something like about 30 games today, so we will have quite an interesting session today. And of course we are having some 180 mans when we are getting to later stages. And Andrei Luz that shipped that one, I think that it would be something that I would have called pretty widely, because I saw him shoving the Jack 7 off last time around.
Oh, there was a big pot on the table that's not visible for you guys. Aces versus something on the river, and the guy with the stats 50/5 called, and we got the pot.
Actually, that's not the guy with stats from 50 to something. The name was different, and that's something that's really dangerous if you are not looking at your stats correctly, because the player on the previous hand has just lost the pot. I noticed that too, but... In the Sunday Storm anniversary, I think I doubled up. Not doubled up, got a decent stack.
There's 7k stack at the moment for Aarnimetsa.
And right now I'm having something like 10 games going. So I'm having games on the other screen that we can bring in when we are losing games on the main screen.
But we think that it's easier to follow this when you are not seeing all of the games jumping on the top of each other all the time. Then you can concentrate on the hands we are playing and the stats for the other players, etc.
That's an interesting one. I think pair of threes is not going to be good enough. Actually, it's really close against this kind of player. That's one of those really close spots. We are having no fold equity against Samucha, and we are risking all of our stack against Vincelis and Andrew Lewis. And if we are getting it all in, we are having enough chips from the other opponents that we can flip profitably against him. And I think against his range we are slightly better than flipping. But that's only the danger part of it that I'm worried about. And Vlor asked about kings on upright. And I think we'll take a look at it. That's the wrong button.
So do you adjust bet size on based of the board, I guess?
I do, but I changed tables there. Usually I think I c-bet with a sizing that's less than the average MTT player, because I think that then I'll get away with more bluffs than most other opponents, and people aren't that good with how much equity they would need to carry on against a smaller bet size. They are only used to playing the standard half bet size. This is also the king 3 suited. Even though we are having decent stacks, I think shoving is marginally better than min-raise folding there. And now I'm quite stumped. I'm having a lot of hands going on, and I'm in the middle of so many hands, and sorry, it might affect my ability to concentrate. But usually if you are having a board texture that's more drawy, I'm going to bet more. If I'm having a board texture that's very dry and my opponent isn't going to be hitting it that often, I'm going to be betting smaller. And if I'm having more players on the flop, I can bet slightly larger, but the board texture is going to be the most important thing for me. And if I'm really stumped and I'm having a lot of tables going on at once, then I might just not adjust the bet sizes that much and play a bit unoptimally, but not having to do a hurried decision. Because the most important decision will be, am I betting there or not, and not the exact sizing.
Yeah, because I think the most important thing would be that you decide whether you want to get more chips in at that point, and then it's just delicate issues to how much you bet. And the more you have time to think about it on the very rushed situation, of course it affects. And if you see that there is lots of peeping going on, you just probably get the easiest option.
Yeah, like I'm having a few different game modes that I'm having. If I'm in a hurry, I'm going to be playing. And this is also an interesting spot. I think this is profitable to be a shove as well. And Samucha guy has been limping and folding every time thus far. Even though we have just 34 hands, I think that we are having a decent sample size on him because he's limping so much that his limp fold stats are getting enough padding. And against that Samucha guy, we could have also taken it to the flop and bet the flop and we would have risked less. And I think that's one of those close spots as well. But I think this Samucha guy is going to be someone that's going to be really good to play against because he's going to be betting his stronger hands and also folding the weaker ones. Ace-Jack off is really close. Ace-Jack suited, I think. Ace-Jack suited we can play profitably, but Ace-Jack off, I'm not completely sure if we do.
Well, the race came from that early that...
Yeah, and the guy isn't insane.
Yeah, so there's always a big chance that your hand is being dominated and then you're just always in a big trouble even if you hit an ace.
Yeah, it's always when I'm playing this... It's always a bit harder when I'm playing this kind of a set. And in here, even though the guy, we don't have a lot of information on him, but I think the re-raise is going to be so small that we need only 40%. And we are going to get it against a wide variety of ranges, especially that people are going to be 3-betting their flipping hands that very often. And now we were really lucky that we dominated the opponent. And Vlor, yeah, in the case of the kings, I remember that there was a flush draw, there was a jack and a queen. And with kings, I think those are the kind of places that we can have even larger value from, because our opponents can have multitude of different hands that have hit the flop and want to play for their chips, and even though we are ahead of them with kings, so that's the reason for having a higher bet size in there.
And if there was a jack and queen, there was also a straight draw. So if there's two draws, which are quite likely at that kind of situation, you don't want to get really cheap cards for your opponents.
In the ace-jack hand spot, I was thinking about shoving or folding. Folding mainly. I think that in position we can flat some weird hands, but the hands are going to be hands that are playing better than ace-jack off. But usually it's a situation that I'm mainly thinking about shoving or folding. And with ace-jack off, well, it was a nasty hand of every time ace-jack suited, it would have been a different game. Ace-queen off, I think it would have been an ease shove and something around H or better. on the pocket pair side would have been easy. 7-8 suited, it's close again. What is the optimal line? And it depends a lot on these guys. And when I have seen now Vincelis's 3-bets that I'm thinking about, that he's going to be 3-betting so wide that I'm going to move some of my, or I'm going to remove a part of my 3-bet folding range, because then I'm going to just give money to Vincelis if I'm going to be 3-bet folding a lot here.
Tupe wants you to play the Sunday Million satellite.
If it's the biggest satellite, I think we can go for it.
Oh, so Tupe, you just might get your opponent for the final table.
On a nitty table, I would have min-raised even 9-king off there, because people are folding too much. So 2045. We are going in the Sunday Million sat.
I really hope we get some nice Easter money today.
And it's going to require a lot more coffee than we have in house if we are going far in.
I just bought 1 kilo of coffee beans. It requires a lot more from your stomach to be handling that.
So you are not believing in me and how much my stomach will handle coffee.
There is more than 1 kilo of coffee beans. And you better not give up on me on this one. If you need to stay focused, if you need to stay awake, you freaking drink that coffee.
I think we lost the pot here.
Yeah, with queens.
Yeah, against ace queen, ace king. Oh well. I think we lost the pot there as well.
Yeah, I didn't have time to see it, but luckily we have some other tables. It's just time to figure out which one of them is the most interesting for you.
I think this might be interesting, because we are not having the awesome table anymore. But I think we are going to have some awesome tables.
Because you believe in the people.
I believe in the field of a $1.1 6-max. I think in general 6-max tournaments are going to be softer than the 9-max tournaments. I think many regs are not taking part of those 6-max tourneys even though I think they should.
You love 6-max. That's good.
Yeah.
You have played quite many of those, so you're not afraid of the smaller field of the table.
I think the smaller table is going to be fine, and of course I have also played a lot more of 6-max than I think most of the regs in the games. I think mainly my sit and goes have been 6-max or 5-max. And then I'm going to think about the next great table to be included. It's here.
Good. And actually we just got 2 nice pots from the Hutter, and we were almost gone from that game, and now we are back in the game. Kalian said that you should have limped and go with the queens. And you shoved it.
I don't remember, but I think that we were getting it all in anyways.
We had such a small stack.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
But it's always nice to hear a different kind of lines we could take on those spots. And if you think we did something awesome or something really wrong or stupid or weird, drop us a line and we'll get back to that. It might be a brain fart or misclick or something stupid anyway, but we would like to get rid of those mistakes if there's any. And if you think about it, if you talk about it, you will learn about it.
And you will learn as well. So that's one of those things that if you are taking part of these sessions, I think the best way to let it go to waste is not taking actively part in the session. And I think for you to learn, if you are asking questions, if you are listening to comments, I think that's going to really improve your game as well. And Corpistry said that 4 maxes are even softer than 6 maxes. I think that will be the truth as well. So that's something that we'll need to explore. But I don't think that there are that many 4 max games going on. I don't think that we would have even generated any fold equity against our opponents. I think I recognize a known player at the hyper, so I'm going to be moving the table away from my screen, because I think there is one player that's Finn and has been active on the previous forum, so I'm removing that.
Yeah, because these are MTT games, we don't have really a delay for this, because it's extremely rare that you get to be on the same table than us. But if you are playing 2 at the moment, and if you happen to be playing the same games and you end up being at the same table than we are, please let us know. We just remove that table to the other screen and replace that with other tournament. It's not a problem, but we prefer to hear that from you rather than from anybody else.
Let's take the Storm anniversary here for a while. And yeah, Markus is also correct that in the 4 max games, they are a bit crappy in a way that you are probably going to have some problems in the games because the action comes back to you so quickly. But I think there are also a decent opportunity for most of the players that are not playing stacked, that are used to playing just the amount of tables that they can fit on tiles on their screen. Because with the quicker action, you'll learn to be quicker, even though the table amount is the same that you are used to. So it's also a good practice for your multi-tabling skills. But if you are on the edge of what you can handle and you are including 4 max tables, you are probably going to get screwed.
Yeah, Tupe, you're not the only one, and you're not the first one who's trying to play our games watching our streams. So I know it's annoying when he's not folding, even though you want to. Yeah, I have done that multiple times. Like, there's time back, I have to click something. No!
I'm trying to remove the sounds that come from PokerStars so you wouldn't get my time bank beeps and everything. And actually, from our previous Sunday coaching, we have improved our audio quality with the new microphone, so it would be nice to hear your opinions about have we done an improvement.
And if there's anything that's wrong with audio or the stream quality or something, please let us know. That if there's something we can do, we will fix it. And if there is somebody who came later on, please put the best quality you can from the YouTube.
And if you are not getting the best quality working, so the 180p or at least 720p, then please pause the stream, adjust the quality and restart the stream, and then it should be working with the better quality.
You should be able to see all the HUD stats correctly.
So we are broadcasting in full HD, and if you are watching it on full HD, then you are seeing all the HUD stats correctly and everything. And I hope that as many of you will take advantage of the stream as we can give it.
Colin said that we have awesome audio. Yay. Good stuff. Because this huge microphone, it's huge. I can show it to you guys. I hope I didn't break it. Ooh.
But we are starting the 5-minute break. And what do we do when we get the 5-minute break?
We disappear. We go to a 5-minute break. We get some coffee and we will be back.
And for an MTT player, something that you should be doing correctly is taking full advantage of your breaks. So
stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
And the Sunday Million satellite, it doesn't have any breaks.
Why?
Tupe, this is on you.
So I go to a break, at least.
We are going to a break. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. And so we are back, or at least I am back. And we have started a few tourneys. And now I can restart Table Ninja. I couldn't restart it while we had one table that didn't have a break. And I'm still angry on Tupe about it. Interesting. We have a hyper here, and I thought we were already out of the hyper, but we aren't. So I'll need to make some space for it.
And I'm back too.
We were not having the hyper on the same window because of Dirac, but oh well. We are moving it back out. If we are out of the tournament, we are. And I think that we are quite sure that he's not following the stream, because I don't think that he would have shoved the 5-10. But oh well. I just thought that it's on the about the same time that we are hitting the money in the hyper, so I think that would have been interesting.
Oh, Korpisoturi, that's so bad when you have a neighbor that's making a really good smelling food and you cannot get a piece of it and you have nothing good on your own fridge. It sucks, I know. It sucks big time.
And there was also Marcus Wise comment, and I know that Dayah hates snakes, but I think that if there would be a situation that there are only dead rats in the fridge, that's something that will suck as well. I think I think that's called as like major suck or something.
Yeah, I just wholeheartedly hate snakes. Do not bring me any, please. I think it has just gotten worse during those late years of my own age, but I just cannot stand them. I don't want to watch any wildlife documentaries if there are snakes or anything like that. But I guess I can live with it. As long as we don't have any snake pets or anything like that whatsoever.
Okay, we are not in the Sunday Million. We just lost with the pair of tens against Ace 4 and Queen Jack suited.
Eat snakes. I have heard that people have now some kind of big fashion statement when they have that snake venom cream for day cream or something like that, which heals everything and freshens up and makes you look more youthful and whatever. But
Is this a good time for a rant?
there is always a good time for a rant, except when there isn't.
In the Finnish newspapers, there was a like cosmetics or lifestyle tip that this natural oil will grow you some luscious lashes. And what was the oil that's announced that it's natural oil? It's the oil of the most poisonous plant in the world. Bar none. So, yeah, it's natural. Cyanide is natural. And ricin is 6,000 times more deadly. So... And everybody's always about, what about the
Animal testing.
Yeah, but what about the farmers that need to collect those castor beans? And what about their health problems?
Well, Markus, I do get your point that you get your mother-in-law's visits to a smaller amounts when you have a snake in your house, but you lost it 5 times? Was it poisonous? I hope
And
it wasn't.
did someone else from your flat find it?
Did somebody die? If you still have that, I'm not going to visit you, and I'm not going to ask you to visit us. Nothing personal, but if you have a snake...
I think that there are some kind of laws that disagree traveling with snakes, so I think when we live in Estonia we should be safe. If Margus leaves his electric drums at home.
You're just not having a snake and it's been gone for missing 3 weeks and oh well, we might find it somewhere. No, you just move!
So then it's someone else's problem.
Yeah. Well, I think that's how the world goes around. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the apartment. There's just a snake that's been missing for 3 weeks.
But it's a really good
Neighborhood.
Yeah, I do like Samuel L. Jackson, but I still haven't watched that movie, and I never will.
And Calleon, yeah, in all of the TV series, they are always saying that every weird meat tastes like chicken. And in Mythbusters, they tested it and they bought all different kinds of weird meat. And Grant and Tori did test it, and I think that the resulting view was that no, every weird meat doesn't taste like chicken.
Well, if you are throwing up every time you eat chicken, then it could be correct, but they didn't enjoy that experiment.
And I'm actually not sure that did Kari even need to eat all the weird meats even though she's vegan, so she doesn't eat any meat. So the snake was dead for about 2 weeks before you realized it.
Well, maybe because you couldn't found it. Just saying.
And Tupe asks, can I play on the PokerStars.fr? So PokerStars.fr is the French version of PokerStars. And no, I can't play on any other site from PokerStars than PokerStars.ee. So I can't play on PokerStars.fr and I can't play on Full Tilt Poker.
Because we live in Estonia, we are Finnish, that's why we might have some kind of a Finnish accent still, but we cannot play anywhere else than PokerStars.ee, even though the player pool is the same than on PokerStars.eu.
And we can play on other sites, for example, if you want to play on iPoker or...
Yeah.
So, but on PokerStars, when PokerStars is the same company that has a license in Estonia, the license terms disagree with them offering any other services than those that they have a license for. And they still haven't got a license for Full Tilt Poker.
Thank you, Korpisaturi, for your kind words. We normally like these coachings too, especially when we have really good jokes, right? And we are running good, but at the times there are some deeper and darker moments, but we try to get rid of those and enjoy poker. But please give us chat, comments, everything. It's always funnier and it's easier for us to keep on talking. And if today is going to last for hours, it's going to help a lot if you just give us some thoughts of your own. That's highly appreciated. We might be a bit weird, but I think that's the name of the game anyway.
And actually, that's also one interesting point, that Estonian language is the closest relative to Finnish language, but Estonian and Finnish accents in English are completely different.
They are.
So that's interesting, even though both Finnish and Estonian, they are pronounced as they are written, and there are no like hard parts on the pronunciation part. But still, I think Estonians, when they speak English, they are speaking it closer to, I don't know, I think it's closer to like how Latvians or Russians speak English, even though the Estonian and Russian, they are completely different as well.
That's so funny when you talk to some Estonian people and you talked only in English and they talk to you in English and you spent some hours with them, and after you came home and talked English the next time, you still have that Estonian accent that came from somewhere. So it's really easy to pick on some kind of accents, but you should hear the difference between us speaking and Estonian speaking English. Funny fact. Not the polar bears this time.
I think that we have included a lot of funny facts, like all weird meat doesn't taste like chicken.
I hate snakes.
And I don't know how to say it in a nice way, but like if you have kids, you
Please don't clone them.
No, like if you have kids, they are 50% of what they will become will be DNA. So you can't fuck them up worse than you fucked it when you fucked for getting those kids.
And that's the nice way.
I said that I don't have time to. I'm not completely sure if I have got it the nicest way around.
Yeah, I think you didn't. I'm so happy your mother isn't listening. Wait. Well, poker should be allowed only for grown-ups. So basically for this stream is only for grown-ups. So you know what we're talking about. Or what he's talking about. I'm talking about
Loaning babies. Like that's better.
butterflies and unicorns. Oh my gosh. Are you serious?
3 times turbo.
You just didn't get that game.
Yeah.
Kauris is going to be freaked out.
I hope so.
Now all the hope in the world is lost.
Because it's time to do a bigger cash than Kauris on the 3 times turbo.
Baby polar bear. Hey, funny fact. Actually, if you come to Estonia, to Tallinn, during this spring, you will see the baby polar bear because there is one in the zoo. Please go visit that. We haven't seen that live yet. I have seen that on the news. And it has just gotten out to the public a couple of weeks ago, I guess. And I guess we are going to see that next week with my nephews, probably. And I guess it's going to be a nice one. But there is a baby polar bear, and they are not that often seen.
Yeah, because they are camouflaged really well. That's why you can't see baby polar bears that often.
Facepalm.
True story.
Bro. Yeah, Kauris, you don't have to leave. You can still see the huge shipment of that 3x turbo and suffer when Aarnimetsa is beating your record. I hope there's going to be a lot of people.
They are already having, I think, 7k for the second, and it has just started, so... I think it will be a big one today, because there will be a lot of tournament players today, online. And because he 3x'd, I think that when you are having 10 times or less more than the opponent that has raised, or what you will have to call, you should be, when you are thinking about re-raising, you should be also thinking about shoving.
Correct.
And why you are thinking about shoving is that there are enough money on the pot already, so that you shouldn't be that worried. And we are having one limper, one raiser, and we are having 8s, and we are getting it in. But so there is a baby polar bear in the Tallinn Zoo, and the baby polar bear is supposed to be really cute.
They are. They are.
Is it going to be better than the wild asses on Tallinn Zoo?
I truly hope, because I have seen those wild asses quite a few times already. Being there, seeing them. But actually Tallinn Zoo is a really good place to visit if you have kids or some small relatives.
If you have kids or some other explanation why you are there, so...
Yeah.
Or what is tekosyy in English?
Excuse.
Excuse. I was quite close with my explanation.
Almost the same. It's not too far away from the center, and it's basically opposite of the Rocca al Mare, which is at the moment the biggest mall there is in Estonia. But after Ülemiste-keskus is renovation that's going to be complete in the autumn, Ülemiste is going to be bigger than Rocca al Mare.
But in Rocca al Mare, if you don't like the zoo, but your wife and kids are going to the zoo, in Rocca al Mare there is a place that you can order beer that will come in a frozen mug, so it's a good place to have some beers. And there are also sports coming all the time on the screens.
And there is a free Wi-Fi. It's not the perfect connection in there, but there are spots where you can get a free Wi-Fi for your phone, so you can just...
nerd it away.
Yeah. And there is a car museum pretty close to zoo.
Yeah, and the car museum, it's really nice. They are having a really nice assortment of cars. I'm not believing that guy that he would have anything when the flop is like that and he has just called pre-flop. And the Anaheim game is going to be free in Finland. The Teemu Selänne's last games for sure, or the last games in the regular season are going to be freely viewable in Finland.
I think, Korpisoturi, at this point when I say that I haven't been to Tallinn strip bars, my fiancé here is going to say that neither have I. And
neither have I.
So we couldn't say that are the wild asses in zoo better than the ones in Tallinn strip clubs.
But really, that's also a good place to take a picture when...
Excuse me?
In the Tallinn Zoo, when there's a plaquette of wild asses from Mongolia or something.
And then if you have a Facebook account or Twitter, you can say next to the picture that you are just having fun with wild asses in Tallinn.
And we trapped him perfectly, Terachik. Oh, I don't think that's even a bad play for him.
It's not if you think about how aggressive you are, but there could be a spot which you win.
Oh well, it's still early in the day. I don't mind yet. I just hope I'll win something today, or I'll win the bigger ones.
Ooh.
Let's take the 3x turbo in here. I was just confused on which game shall we add.
Welcome, Tran. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. We have seen hat trick. Yeah, because I have a hat. I have had that on me. Maybe after the next break you will see the hat trick again. Wahaha.
Now we are having just the early games. We have just lost all the later stage games. Still waiting for the first cash, and this hotter $11 turbo is quite close. And with Ace King we are going for broke when we are 3-betting the opponent. If we are not going for broke when we are button versus small blind, then there's no reason to 3-bet, and Ace King should play well enough against most opponents. And even in here, when we are, I think, 100 and something places away from the money, we are still 100 and something places away from the money. We are still trying to play aggressively, and we are trying to improve our stack situation and not just trying to fold into money, because the money that we are going to get just getting into money it's not going to be the thing. But if we are having a decent stack going forward from that, that's going to be the thing.
There's no way we can just fold till the money, but being aggressive with a bit over 2 big blinds, it's probably a bit overrating. But we are waiting for the spot or the hand.
But we are not afraid to get our money in.
No, definitely
let's
not.
Put it this way.
Let's say that in 4 hands we are all in the next 4 hands.
And I'm actually a bit unsure about folding to the money, because we would be quite close to getting to the money, because the amount of players that we are losing every hand. Like between those last 2 hands we lost something like 30 players.
That's quite surprising.
Yeah, usually the bigger amount of players going away starts after the money bubble has broken. And Kauris, Selänne hasn't done a hat trick during this year, so we have seen Selänne's hat trick before, but not during this year. And now we lost just 15 players. And that's actually something that would be quite close to calculate. Is there enough equity for me to go to stall for my time bank?
Do you need to open the lobby to see the exact situation? Because I think that's the more correct rather than the amount of players on the info tab.
Yeah, it's a bit more correct, but I don't think that it's... When it's still... I think it's going to be still 35 players. I don't think that we could have even stalled. And that's perhaps something that will be optimal. Like, it will be optimal, but if you are multi-tabling a lot, it's going to be hard for you to have enough time to. And on this hand we are going all in.
Well, min cash is not that important anyway in that situation. And king 9 off is one of the best hands we can get at that spot.
Yeah, there are 47 players remaining, so we are stalling this hand, but we are going to be calling it. Because if we can get into money easily, then we are... Then we are using that as our... There are still, I think, 10 players to go, so...
3 players. 1 player. Well, if for a little bit weight it's worth what, 11 bucks?
17 bucks.
We can wait for a while. We have 9 seconds left.
Yeah, there are now 1531 players. I just hope that there is a player that has a smaller stack than ours. That has... Because now that we have see the smallest stack is 0, so they are waiting for this hand to be over before awarding the money to someone. And now we are waiting because now we should be on the hand for hand, even though we haven't even seen the hand for hand advertisement yet. But this is now the hand for hand.
Yes.
That sounded weird. So actually we should have, if we want to stall, it's better to stall at the previous hand than this one. Because now if we are losing and we are the smallest stack to lose, then we are not getting the money.
Yeah, that's one good advice. It doesn't matter that if you are the first one or the second one to lose and at the exact hand when it's the bubble, but if you are the smallest stack, then you are going to be the one on the bubble. And sometimes people don't get that right away, and it might create some confusion that there was somebody already gone and you go all in because you are thinking that you got through bubble. But if you have a smaller stack than the one who just got busted, then you will be the one.
And Galleon said, how the heck you evaded all of those billion outs on the king 9 hand? I think I got lucky.
That was one of those lucky moments during this evening.
But like there were 37 players that dropped on the hand for hand.
And because we won that hand, we probably win the whole tournament, right?
I'd hope so. It's 16k for the winner.
Is that wrong that right after you say that amount of money, I start to think what I could do with that money?
It's completely wrong, and you shouldn't even think about it.
What if I say I could get new boobs?
No.
Trip to Maldives?
No.
New car?
No.
Why? You wanna have a new car?
Yeah, but if you are deciding it, then it's going to be a completely different thing.
Well, it doesn't mean that I'm making a wrong decision. I know a lot of cars. I have learned. I have listened. And I'm not going to buy a Ferrari.
If I'm going to win just 16k, I know that you are not going to buy a Ferrari.
I just wanted to make sure that you know that I'm a reasonable girl. Yeah, you are my polar bear. You need to win big today. Actually, there is money raising for the new home for the polar bears in Tallinn Zoo. And I truly hope they get that money because at the moment they have quite small living space and they look a bit miserable there. So I hope they will get the money raised and build a new nice home for the polar bears. Because we do care for them.
And we are getting all in again, even though his call seems a bit fishy, or it seems that he's fishing for, and if he has kings or aces, then it's going to be no worries. And now we are, well,
We got the side bot.
Yeah, we got the side bot, so we are carrying on with almost exactly the same stack, so we didn't lose at that hand. That's the main point.
That's yay! Well, there's nothing wrong with Saab Turbo. I would just buy a newer Saab Turbo. Is there?
You haven't heard. Saab ended manufacturing of the cars.
Right after ours was done like 20 years ago.
Almost right after that.
Yeah.
They had something like 15 years of running just with luck or something.
Like you, darling. Like you. Korpisatori knows many cars too. Maybe he should be the one picking the car. And I know Maserati. And Lamborghini.
And cheapest Ferrari in nettiauto.com. That's probably going to be something awesome, but could someone tell me what's the cheapest Ferrari?
A bit shy of 16k.
Like how much is the cheapest Ferrari in Finland?
Actually, you do have some kind of shortcut when marking players. You can decide to put the colors a bit faster. And actually it's really good when you are multi-tabling that you don't have to click twice because there's always an action coming. And there is a way to decide where to put that, but you are probably the one who says that quicker than I am.
I have forgot where it is.
It is somewhere. It's not hard to put because I have done that, but I did it by your...
I think that we are going... There is just so many draws and so many hands that are going to be worse than ours that he wants to get the money in. So we are going to be shoving it with an overpair on the turn. And if he's shoving it with a draw, he's going to have it in real bad. Just 24.9k. That's surprising. And Kasperi has a decent question. How can women's haircut cost 40 euros when a men's haircut costs 20 euros?
It's awful that only a haircut can cost 40 euros for ladies, even though you just take some bits of pieces away, nothing even major. I think it's robbery.
This is horrible when Arnara just called the bet and we are having such shallow stacks that I don't have a lot of room to make moves there. And on a paired flop, I think that he will be folding a lot of his hands, especially after he checks, but well, not this time. And Tran, I think you said the magic words. Then I don't think purchasing the cheapest Ferrari is going to be that expensive, but making sure it's road legal, it might be highway robbery.
Kauris give us a good tips for the buying car. Never buy Testarossa.
So is the cheapest Ferrari that Kaleon found, is it not the real Ferrari, but is it the Volkswagen that has been built to look like a Ferrari? Because if he did, then we shouldn't listen to Kaleon for cars as well. So we are now talking about important things.
Actually, Kasperi, I know how to make your wife jealous of me. I have a haircut booked for Tuesday for a place where I went once, and there's a really nice lady who did my hair last time, and there is a haircut and coloring for 3 colors, and there was some kind of special treatment for your hair included. Some magic stuff, I don't even know, that should repair your hair, and the whole thing completely costs 26 euros.
And if we would ask about kauris, which would be the colors that, if you can get 3 colors, what are the colors? And because I know that kauris likes Montreal Canadiens, then it would be the Blanc Bleu Rouge. And I just completely...
You screwed those words.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now we have the aces on Arnara.
There could have been a king.
Yeah, but Arnara, I think last time around, when he just called, he had something like King Jack suited, so he's going to do the just calling with other stuff than only aces.
That's a shame. I already thought that we were gonna go big further.
Well, we got monies.
Oh, we did? That's surprising.
That was the stalled tournament, so...
Ah, I thought it was a different one already.
But I thought that when I'm going to, like, I'm getting all the nice-looking tourneys that I can, and even then I don't have that much tourneys at the interesting points, so what should I do?
You are rubbing it in for Kauris to bring that 3x turbo on the screen.
It has been on the screen, but there have been opening. And even though he's betting there are 2 kings, we are going to be calling as well. And we are giving him space to...
Hang himself.
Yeah. I think that we are going to be doing something interesting here to try to get him in with something like spade flush draw as well. And if he gets the spade flush, it's going to be perfect. And we outdraw him really, really badly. Although he shouldn't be calling that pre-flop with 5s, because he had something like 2.3k left, and that's just... If you are... I think that's an example. Even though you are hitting a set 1 time in 8.5 tries, you can't be going to set mine with just 8.5 times the amount, because you are not getting the money in all the time. And if you are having a small set on the flop, there is always an option that your opponent might have a bigger set and you are not winning the pot. So usually when set mining, if the pot has been raised, I'm saying that like 20 times the amount. If you are effectively with your opponent having 20 times as much or more, then you can call to set mine. And if it's just a limped pot or unopened pot, you can limp in with if you have 30 times more. And the difference between limped and raised pots are that in raised pots your opponent is much more likely to get all his money in than in a limped pot where most of the players will have a crappy hand. But Korpisoturi, if I would run better, would this be a good run radio for all of you?
Do you need some more Coca-Cola?
We are having a break in 15 minutes. And I'm not listening for Tupe to add any tournaments that don't have breaks right now, so...
You just wanted to get rid of that one.
I don't think that we could even see it in this screen because I'd lost on that tourney so quickly. Like, if you think I'm running bad and you are seeing these tables, it's just because you are not seeing all the tables that I'm losing at the first or third hand on the other screen. And that could be depressing if you would see that.
Actually, that would be highly depressing. James Blunt. That would be interesting.
But we are making investments to run better. We were talking with her that she can buy new running shoes. So that she would run better.
Oh, please. Yeah.
That was a pun waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And you know it.
Yeah.
Actually, this is close. 2 regs behind me and they are not that aggressive, so...
But then there's that James Blunt and I want to be on the every hand.
But we are having a position on the James Blunt.
Yeah, I need to buy new shoes, running shoes, because I just figured out that my legs are hurting when I'm running or walking on my current ones. So I guess it's a sign that I should buy new ones. Don't you think? And no, my running shoes are not with high heels, even though you might think that. I'm not that girly girl. You might not think that. You should know better already.
And we were running good. We were getting a pot.
So now we just have to talk about running shoes because it brings good luck. But that's going to be depressing.
I think that we don't need to talk about running shoes all the time. I think it's good enough if we are talking about running shoes just when we are in a big pot.
Okay. So now I need to save my thoughts of running shoes till you are in the big pot.
But if you are having good tips on selecting running shoes, now is a good time for that.
Indeed. Please share if there's a really good mark or a specific shoe or something I need to really take into consideration when I'm choosing those shoes. Please let me know because I know nothing about them.
On the 3X Turbo, I think that the players here are also pretty inclined to play for stacks because it's a rebuy. And I thought that with Ace-Jack suited we are... With the 8-Jack off I wouldn't have called, so I have had just folded pre-flop. But with the Ace-Jack suited I think it's a perfect place to call if we are going to get it cheaply and we are having options to hit something really nutty. And nutty doesn't mean insane in here, it means something else. And actually we have already doubled up in the Sunday Storm anniversary, so yay us!
Yay us! So what's the first price at the moment?
At least 100k.
Is there still a late reg for it?
I think there will be something like 7 hours of late reg, if I know my poker stars correctly. Like the bigger tourney they are creating, the longer late reg they are having.
Korpisoturi. F you! Never mind. Thanks for your input. So now I have to remember Nike, Adidas, not Abidas, Reebok and Puma, and buy one of those. They ring some bells. I have heard those names before.
And 106k for the winners at the Sunday Storm. And 108k entrants already.
And late registration is still available.
Late registration is only 2 hours. That's insane. Like only 1 hour more.
So Tupe, Korpisoturi, Kauris, everybody, you still have a chance to register to that game and see us on the final table.
And on the Sunday Storm, there is going to be at least 5 figs for everyone getting to the final table.
And actually, if you think about that price for the first person, that's more than 4 times the price of the Ferrari.
No, that's 24.9 thousand euros. And we are getting kings against ace jack, and I'm feeling really bad.
You just threw up a little in your mouth, didn't you?
Yeah, when I saw the heart coming, then I was like, I was sure that I'm going to have a heart attack.
Yeah, because it was just about to happen. Yeah, we figure out how to do that quickly and we let you guys know because there is some way, but we have to check that on the next break.
On the how to make notes quicker,
yes,
or
the
color codes.
Yes.
Yeah. For me, I can still access the menu by right-clicking, but if I left-click someone, then it opens the note labels instantly. And that's something that really improves.
And if you are playing, for example, hypers, it's extremely frustrating that you are trying to put a player color note and it takes 2 clicks and there's always some action that goes, that takes your action away from the table you want to be in.
And do you know what? If that would have been a Twitter message, that would need to have a hashtag of first world problems. It's extremely annoying when playing hypers that you need to click twice instead of just once.
Are you shitting me? Oh dear.
Caleon is going to have 2 or 3 people going to Stockholm with you. I think send me a message and we might be able to help you. Or look at our Finnish forum about the Stockholm. Are you, Caleon, coming with the same boat than most of us are? Or are you driving through Tornio and the Swedish... Are you driving through whole Sweden when you are going to Stockholm? And are there any other members of our site that are going to the Stockholm's VIP club?
It's in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks actually. It's the Saturday after the next Saturday, 26th or something. It's going to be in Stockholm, and there is actually a forum thread on the Finnish side of our pokerimania.com, and there is some information how you could get a really nice connection via boat from Stockholm, and it includes a really nice hotel which is only 50 meters away from the party place. So we are going to be there, and hopefully many of you guys too. Please read the thread, and for example, if you found it already, you can link it to our chat. And there is going to be a really nice party, I guess. We have been to a couple of PokerStars parties that have been with the EPT tours, and they have been a blast. In shortly.
And we have already been doing some research, and we have put the wheels in motion that you might see some live broadcast from the Stockholm's VIP Club live.
So the next weekend after next weekend, in a little bit less than 2 weeks, you better stay tuned, because there is going to be probably something really interesting broadcasting going on. And you never know when that's going to happen, unless we tell you. We haven't planned that, because there are so many things that can happen before that.
You were saying that there are so many things that can go wrong.
Can happen. So Callan is driving the long way from Oulu to Stockholm via whole Sweden.
But it's going to be a nice drive. It's a really nice drive in the summertime.
How many kilometers it is?
I don't remember.
Something like
if you
800?
If you are driving from Stockholm to lower parts of Finland, it's going to be like 800 kilometers. But Callan lives in Oulu, and I think it's like 300 kilometers or 200-300 kilometers to Tornio, and then it's going to be something like 800 kilometers to Stockholm.
So it's going to take like 1.5 days or one whole day if you have many drivers.
Yeah.
So it's better be worth it. I think there's some kind of circus theme and acrobats and fire swallowers. What are they called? And of course open bar and some food.
Yeah, it sounds really good, and PokerStars usually knows how to throw good parties, so I think that's something that will be well worth the VPPs, but the Bronze Star price is way high, but I think like for Supernovas the ticket was something like 1,500 VPPs, which is like $24, and when it includes an open bar, entertainment and stuff, it's not going to be that high. I was quite close when Callan says it's a bit over 1.1 kilometers. 1.1 megameters.
1,100 kilometers, like the normal people say it.
Sorry, it's the poker player speaking. When I see something that's 1,000, it's going to be the kilo that's first in my mind. Oh, it's just 1.1 kilos.
Yeah, I was sending a note to our bank via the internet banking system, and I was writing something about the numbers, and then I think I did the same thing. I put something K, and you said that maybe you shouldn't do that, but it might create some confusion.
Yeah, the bank tellers are probably not used to speaking in kilos.
There might be some live interviews. There might be some weird broadcasts from the boat itself on the way to Stockholm. There might be some secrets, some weird stuff.
Some secret, really planned program but we can't tell you anything about it yet.
But it will be legend. Wait for it.
Dairy.
So it can be anything, anytime, anywhere. And by listening our podcast at the moment,
yeah, think about how we will sound after we have hit the open bar, like the Finns do.
Like correctly. And the boat itself, you know what happens on those boats.
And actually, I would need to... I just need to plan a bit more that what we can do, but we will have an internet connection that we can use on in Sweden. And now we are having a 5-minute break.
See you in 5.
Yes, see you in 5 minutes. So we are going to be back online. And I had a bit of a hurrying comeback here because I started hearing some tables that are ready, but the tables that have been on break aren't ready yet. And there are some tables like the Sunday Storm anniversary. It takes so long for all the tables to finish. So it will always be the last table to come back from a break. But I had some tournaments starting at 22 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the evening, so they were the ones beeping.
So Markus Y had a huge road trip when he was a teenager. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I've been to a bus trip to Middle Europe twice when I was a teenager, and it was a blast.
And is there anything at play in the Tampa Bay Washington game? Tampa Bay is trailing Montreal by 1 point, and it determines which team will be the home team in the playoffs. If Tampa Bay gets 2 points, Tampa Bay will be the home team. But if they are on even points, Montreal is going to get the home advantage, or if Tampa Bay loses, then Montreal is going to get the home advantage. So there is something at play, but nothing at play for Washington. All the playoff teams are already in. And then there is, like, the Tampa Bay is on the Eastern Conference. They are the only team that has something at play. And on the Western Conference, St. Louis and Colorado are having something at play on which team they will be facing in the playoffs. And I think it's going to be a huge amount what's in play, because the team that loses the division spot, the team will be facing Chicago in the playoffs, and the team that wins will be facing Minnesota. And I think that there is a huge difference in the quality of the teams. Like, Minnesota will be way weaker than Chicago, and if Chicago faces against St. Louis, I think that one favorite for the Stanley Cup will be eliminated in the matchup. But it's a bit boring because there is so little in play. Like last year, I think it was the last game that Dallas did take their spot in the playoffs. And right now there's it's I think pretty little at play. And Korpistri, I'm not sure if today's game, the last game that St. Louis is playing, if they have lost it, then they are going to be second in the division no matter what happens to Colorado, because Colorado will get the division win if they have the same amount of points. And it's really weird in the NHL because there is what's the first tiebreaker is the regular or overtime wins. So if you are winning in a shootout, it's going to be bad for you. Even though you are getting 1 point, you are not getting a regular or overtime win. And that's the reason why St. Louis, they are having the even amount of points, but Colorado has won more of their games in the overtime or regular time. I think St. Louis, if they are one of the favorites in winning the Stanley Cup, but if they are playing against Chicago, it's going to affect their chances in a major way. And you are just burning to ask something or have some other off topic except for hockey?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a brief moment to figure out what the heck I can talk about, because I don't know anything about hockey, but then I realized that if we have been talking about polar bears and lending babies and buying Ferraris, why couldn't we talk about ice hockey? Because you know a lot of things about it, and if there is somebody who wants to ask you or raise a topic of conversation about ice hockey, it's a perfect time now, because it's not too hectic, I think.
And I would just hope that when they are giving the ice hockey games for free, I would hope that Esa Tikkanen would be today in the studio, because it will, I think more people will gravitate towards our broadcast if Esa Tikkanen will be in the studio.
That would be good. I didn't know that we are competing with Esa Tikkanen, but now I know.
No, I'm afraid that we are competing against someone better. And Kauris, there is a thread for bets in the. There's a thread for bets in the Finnish forum, and you can propose your bet there.
Rednecks are not talking about polar bears. They are talking about black bears.
And rednecks aren't talking about babies. Babies just happen for rednecks.
They are just talking about them. They are making them. And they cannot afford Ferraris. Sorry, maybe we shouldn't be talking like this. But
actually, we can't talk about rednecks. We pretty much can't have a US viewership, so. And I don't think that anybody else would be annoyed about talking about rednecks.
True. And since we have visited Texas once, we can talk because we have seen them ourselves, correct?
And Markus Y has played in the same league as Esa Tikkanen, so you have played the study league. Ice hockey.
Ladies and gents, there is a celebrity among us. Oh. Beer League division in Pietarinkarun Oilers.
I have heard from a friend that has played in the study league that Esa Tikkanen has also played. I have heard from him that he's still playing seriously, even though the games are what they are. And here, I think because the ESTFU is so aggressive, I'm going to play hard against him because he's having a weaker range than a basic reg in that spot. And I think that I can get the pot by basically 3-bet bluffing with ace-10 and then carrying on with the bluff on the flop.
Well, actually, Kauris, I'm from Pohjanmaa, so if there is a place that Finnish rednecks are coming from, I don't know if that's the place.
I know, it's the place.
So maybe I'm a redneck in hiding.
But I think it's quite fun, or quite a funny note that Esa Tikkanen has won like 5 Stanley Cups as a player, 4 with the Edmonton Oilers and 1 with New York Rangers, and then he comes to Finland to play beer league games and still play seriously, and I think that's something different.
And there was also Mika Kortelainen and Jyrki Sukula in the team. But Jyrki Sukula is more of an eating kind of thing. He's a famous cook or chef in Finland. So maybe he's awesome in many ways. Or not.
as Jyrki Sukula is a chef, I know that he can throw a perfect lättysyöttö. That's a saucer pass in English.
Oh, no pun intended.
Isn't that what chefs should be known for? Actually, we are running pretty good at the Sunday Storm. We have already more than tripled our stack in there.
Good. Keep up doing the good job. That Maxi Dima guy seems to be pretty wreckish. On the top left.
On the top left. Yeah, actually, I think his stats are really good for an MTT player, and I think that he most probably is a winning player.
Actually, I would like to visit Jyrki Sukula's place on the Italy. There seems to be a pretty nice villa or something. So if somebody knows him personally, please make him give me an invitation.
Yeah, Kauris, perfect saucer pass like Adam Oates did.
What's a lättysyöttö? What kind of?
Saucer pass. It's a pass that rises a bit above ice and rises atop of all the sticks that are trying to be in between, and then it drops perfectly and then slides to your own player's player stick, and then they are really nice looking when they are done with a lot of skill, but they are really hard to do in the real life.
Funny fact.
Yeah. If you see something cool on an NHL broadcast, it might be that it's hard to do yourself.
And once again, I'm a little bit better girlfriend because I know a little bit more of hockey terms.
Yeah, now you know what a saucer pass is.
True. And I have watched a draft, and I was pretty proud of that moment in my life.
And when Markus is moving to Vegas, he will hire Adam Oates as his personal chef. I think Adam Oates is going to get booted from Washington Capitals. Even though he is the club legend, I think that he's not going to see many seasons there. He has been such a failure during this year.
Well, luckily he has new professional plans then.
I don't know, did Kauris already answer, but what Italian player has made a hat-trick in AHL? Did someone make a hat-trick onto his own goal and a player that's from Italy? If they did, that's just awesome.
Actually, there is some kind of U18 ice hockey world championship games in Tallinn starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in that, you can search for it. They have their kind of a website. I just found out yesterday because I was driving past Saku Suurhalli, which is close to Rocca al Mare, which has been on the topic before. And there was many Finnish buses, and I was wondering why on earth. So there might be some really interesting hockey games going on next week. A bit different kind of games than probably in the Finnish league, I would guess.
And we have had one of our coaches going to Spain to watch some hockey for the second division ice hockey, and now there would be second division but under 18s ice hockey. And I think we watched like 2 matches last year for the under 18s ice hockey, and the games are entertaining because all of the players are trying real hard, but some players are just better than others.
Like way better, way better.
Yeah, there is a really big skill differences between countries.
And even even between the players within one team.
That's actually close. Should I shove it or should I min raise it?
And usually when it's close, you shove it.
Yeah, usually when it's close, I'm shoving it. Because I'm opening myself up to less mistakes that way. And yeah, the Japanese hockey player that celebrated an own goal, it was awesome as well. Like a defenseman, and he got the puck in the own net and then celebrated. That's I just say that's something else.
Do you think we should go and watch some games? Perhaps it's not possible because we are getting some guests on Tuesday, but before
But that's
that,
something to say to the guests that, you know what, we could go watch some World Championship games today.
And it's really cheap to go watch it. You don't need to pay like 300 bucks for game like you do need to for the championships, the World Championships in men's game.
On the other screen, I just got the player shove his 75 big blind stack on an ace high flop with king queen off, and he didn't hit anything with the king queen. Awesome. And here I'm thinking that Maxidima is having a wide range here, so I need to 3-bet, and the Balklaw is going to be folding a lot of his hands. And also Vasek, I think that he's going to be way wider there than should be good for him, so I'm re-stealing with King 9. I'm a bit unsure if it's good or not. So what do? I mark the hand.
So Korpisotiri said that previously he said all the 4-max games are soft, but now he has found to be sitting in a game where there is all other opponents good ones. So you never know what's going to happen.
And it's also, I think that it might be proving Korpisotiri's point, because if the players are having big ROIs, it might be because they are searching for the best games, and it might be that the 4 maxes are really good games.
But I guess they are not available on that many places.
Yeah, I have seen some on Stars as well, but I think I have had the same reasoning than Markus Yu, that if I'm getting the same amount of tables but I'm including some 4 maxes there, I'm opening myself up to some really harsh spots on how much I need to act during the... And I don't know if you can see it, but trying to think in a foreign language and trying to speak and then playing also 10 games of poker, my concentration is not fully on the tables, and I might make some stupid mistakes, but please, when you see a stupid mistake, please call me up on it, and we'll see if it's a strategy decision or if it's just a mistake.
Because it could be some really deep shit strategy-wise, but we wouldn't get it. You never know.
And
oh,
he shoves for a pot, easy call with an overpair. And it's actually not that bad for him, because he did a stop and go, and that's not a bad place to do a stop and go. But I think that if you are hitting a stop and go, you also can check there and try to get the money in a bit later, because you don't have that many chips behind you, and you are just trying to use least amount of folding equity when you are. I'm having an awesome spot in the turbo knockout. I'm having nut flush and there are 4 guys on the turn with me.
Why did you bet that much?
I bet about half a pot there.
Oh, then you just clicked something I didn't see. Oh, yeah, it's good.
So Kauris included the YouTube link to a Japanese great goal. And I hope you go and see it. And now I'm a bit screwed when my opponent had 20 chips more than me on the knockout.
And now he's on the small blind and there is a blind level 1530 and somebody else is going to get his bounty. That sucks.
Well, we got the double up and now we can have a bit more.
Oh, too bad to hear, Korpisoto, that you're out of storm. I kind of had to check that whether we are still in or not. Are you talking about us or you? But next time we'll see you at the final table.
And Tupe is also out of the storm. So we are not seeing you on the final table.
That's too bad.
And there are now 117,000 players on the Sunday Storm.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Do you have any wild guesses how long it's going to take until we get to the final table?
Something like 7 or 8 hours, probably.
Oh dear.
And Tran is running even better than us, and he's having 23k on the storm. And that sounds great. Keep up the good work. It's hard because it's when I'm trying to get a thumbs up or anything with my hands on the camera, it's mirrored here, so when I'm trying to move my thumb, I'm probably looking like really stupid.
Like smiling to the camera and yay, there's something funny going on. Yeah, I have done the same. Like, there's my coffee and then it's out of the camera. Like, why would you people want to see my cup of coffee? Anyway. Sometimes you just need to be a bit creative.
And now we haven't had any interesting hands in a while. But we are having a really decent stack in the 3x turbo. And we have made the 1 rebuy, so it should be interesting.
So have you got any idea how many games you have at the moment?
Not a clue, not a clue.
Like, I'm a professional poker player.
10 games.
That's good enough. Should be.
Yeah, it's okay.
No chinks in anybody's luck here. That's not fair. But because this might be the day then when we ship a huge pot and a huge tournament, we naturally have some sparkling wine on the fridge.
And we are having a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet. I think even though tens is a good hand, I think that queens would have been the first hand to call the 3 and the 4-bet. Because I think when he's 4-betting cold, he's having a really tight range. Actually, jacks might have been as well a call. And queens have been call for sure. Even though he's an unknown.
and playing with a mobile device.
Yeah, usually that marks a bad player, that I don't have any hands on him, but in MTTs I'm not playing enough MTTs. Like, I checked before this, and we have played, I think, 330 MTTs this year, and I think most of those have been from our English sessions.
Kauris, come on. We are winning monies. Some monies, even a bit.
We are hoping to win monies.
And when there is a will, there is a way to win monies. Oh, Korpisoturi, this is not the first time you're having a hangover.
Yeah. I remember when Korpisoturi did in the Finnish forums that no alcohol decision, and I should quote it again.
Well, I had a little bit of a headache on Saturday morning, but luckily it went away pretty fast. But we went out on Friday to do some celebration and tasting.
It was her birthday.
I'm 21. And we had some really nice beer tastings, and then like a proper girlfriend should do on her birthday, we went to see some hockey. And then I was talking some shit with some British stag party celebrations, and then we had some good drinks and
some bad drinks
and some drinks more. And then we went to Pörku, which is Manala in Finnish. It's a really nice
the
beer.
Underworld.
And it's a really nice underground bar which serves really good selection of different kind of beers.
And it's a really cheap place as well.
Yeah, it's really reasonably priced. If you come to Tallinn, please go visit that place. It's really good. They also serve some snacks, but we haven't tried them.
We have never been there when the kitchen is open.
Or then we have been there and we have just not been hungry.
I'm pretty sure we haven't been there when the kitchen is open. It's like open for something like 8 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, okay then.
Because I have tried it like multiple times.
Did you try it on Friday?
No. I know already that it will not be open.
I don't even remember what time it was when we went there. But anyways. It was a fun evening, say the least.
So I hope that this discussion won't bring your hangover back, because that would be evil.
That would be really evil if we talked more about wine or beer or sparkling wine or champagne or rum or vodka
pubs.
or pubs or... Yeah, we shouldn't do that. We don't want to be evil.
And now that we are min raising, we are getting a cold 3-bet for half of his stack, and I think this is even stronger than if he had shoved. And one call, and I think that we can't be calling there. And this is really interesting for this guy, and I'm straight marking him as someone I like to play with.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I didn't see that one coming.
From either of those.
Yeah. I'm going to mark him as well.
Good. You should.
Oh, this is a 3x turbo. I should have gone there. Because in 3x turbos the people are insane.
And they just proved the point.
But this is one of the good things about these 3x turbos. If you are here on the early games, the games are really soft, and you will see a lot of players trying to get rid of their chips. And you just receive the chips when they want to give them to you. Now Kauris is there. I think now the delay has gone.
Yeah, Kauris knows these people. He has been playing those 3x turbos. Yeah. And we are just giving too much respect for those opponents, I guess.
Yeah, Kauris is like our 3x turbo professional.
And now Miami was just calling with such a good hand.
Annoying that Anna et Leroy is having such a big stack, because I would have loved to shove this. I'm raising small and I'm going to fold to Anna et Leroy, but I'm not going to fold to these two guys.
Kings, we have got them kings.
And Kauris gets a rebuy on the Storm. Now I must say WTF. You can't rebuy on the Storm.
Who have you been talking to? That's not possible.
That would have been really evil on PokerStar's part.
Yeah.
Like, now you can rebuy on the Storm. When he's such a nit, then I think that I can't be calling that. And even though, because I hit so well, I don't think that I can get any value out of him on the flop, but I'm trying to get the rest of my stack in starting from the turn, and hoping that it will open a draw for him or he'll hit something.
So on the previous hand with ace 9, if that was against Sunilson, if he had been a loser player, you would have called, right? Or
I could. Oh well, actually, when the stacks are like this, probably I should have raised a bit less there. Even though I'm effectively quite deep with Mikmak and Anna et Leroy. So that's how I'm varying my opening sizes, and I tend to be on the smaller side. I like to leave a lot to play on the later streets. Oh, Kauris has been staking someone to play the Storm.
Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, actually ice hockey is a really, really expensive hobby. There was a huge numbers on the paper that what it costs nowadays to let your kid play ice hockey.
And I think the most expensive sport was figure skating, because they need a lot of ice time and there can't be a lot of them on the field at the same time. Like in ice hockey, if you are getting a rink time, even for the smaller juniors, you can even divide it up for, and you can get probably almost 40 people entertained for an hour. But for figure skaters, there is just not any option for that. So Marcus, you said that had an opponent on the live games, and when he made a continuation bet, the opponent folded and said that he had a suited pair. That's something that's hard to get.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure your opponent wasn't completely honest there.
Or completely sober there.
Yeah, it's going to be Riihimäki, so...
Yeah, you need to consider that. But I guess you wanted to play against him more after that comment.
And I'm going to remove Kauris's last message. Because that is against PokerStar's terms of service. And that shouldn't be discussed in here.
Oh crap, we forgot to check how to quick put the colors. I just remembered. And it's always more difficult to do that while you are playing multiple tables.
Crap. I misclicked from the PokerStars options and I got a black screen for you guys. Sorry about that. So Callion has been advising for people playing drunk poker that they should use 2 decks to get hands quicker. I'm thinking that's a bit of a risky proposition. Like, I think people have been shot for less.
But it's a pro advice. How could you say no to that?
Yeah, that's a real pro tip. That's actually pretty close because the antes are big, so and there are 9 players on the table. And most of the players are... Actually, there are 3 players that are having a higher stack than ours, and it makes that a worse race, and especially when the guys behind me that are having the large stacks, they are not the most calm ones.
Well, I think if you're talking about $1 3x turbo, they are wild ones always. You cannot get a reasonable table until you are in the final table or in the last 2-3 tables. And before that, there is going to be some wild asses on the table.
This is a hard one. When he just min 3 bets and I have position, it's like really hard for me to get rid of that hand, and I should have bet way less there. And now I think that he will have a better hand than me for sure.
You are screwed.
And Korpistori, didn't you hear Markus speaking how the games, even though it seems that the games are against drunks in a bar that are used to playing bar free rolls, they are probably the most hard games of all of the games in Finland. That's a true story.
Mm-hmm. I think even Phil Ivey couldn't beat those games, because they are just impossible. Neither Antonius or Isildur or nobody.
If I would be Isildur and I would be a Swede really looking like Swede, playing on Riihimäki's bars, I would be afraid. Like nothing good can come to that from that. Even when Xander Fla has been 3-betting us quite a lot, I'm still opening against him from the small blind. Because it really needs to be an insane amount that he 3-bets us for it not to be profitable. And if he's folding like 70%, he can 3-bet the rest of the 30% and I'm still making money. Money raising any two from small blind.
And like you said before to Tupe that how often you should raise from small blind, a crap ton.
Yeah, I think most of the tournament players are raising way too little. And they would have options to do it even more when they are getting it unopened.
When is the add-on period on that 3x turbo?
I think quite soon, when it's only when it's already 800 and 1600.
So in 9 minutes.
Yeah, in 9 minutes there will be a rebuy or add-on break, so there will be like 3 more levels.
I think you have gotten that really cheaply that you have just made one rebuy and that was at the beginning, right?
Well, we'll see, because if I'm getting this unopened, I'm getting it in against Miami.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Now it starts.
I think you just jinxed me, and you jinxed me big time.
The last 9 minutes and then you will make a 20 double rebuys and... Oh my gosh.
I'm thinking against Jack I'm going to need to go all in because his range will be really wide.
And when you have a million outs and none of them hits.
And Callion says that versus a competent player who is using 3-bets and flats even with a shallow stack, it gets tricky to min-raise small blind wide. Yes, it's true that it gets tricky to raise small blind wide, but I think against most of the players it's really profitable to just raise SB really wide. And in MTTs the players aren't getting enough stats on me, or they are not getting enough hands on me so that they could adjust against me in a meaningful way. And my friend asked, "Are you winning nothing today?" No, I have already cashed once. And we are soon going for the next big cash, because we are so close in the money on multiple games. Actually, all of these games, it's like when half of the field loses their tournament, then we will be in the money, so it will be easy, right?
Sure, that's what we always say.
But I think what I meant to say on Callion, and I think that Callion also knows it, that most of the players in MTTs aren't competent and they are not used to someone that exploits them as much. And min-raising SB wide is something that you can easily abuse by widening your own call range. But there are, like in MTTs, there are a lot of players that they don't even have a call range in there. So I think that it's different in high stakes sit and goes, and it's really different on low stakes MTTs.
And Virpa is the one who knows all the right questions.
Yeah.
It's not about how much you win, it's about how much you lose.
And actually, I think this night will be cheap.
I think this night will be a lot cheaper than usual.
I think our record is like losing $1,000 in an MTT night. And that wasn't fun.
It sure wasn't. But still we have won quite a lot.
Yeah, still we are like, what did I say, 3.8k plus since the start of the year when we started these MTT sessions.
In English. Well, we haven't done any MTT sessions in Finnish because Sanfes is doing those at the moment.
So we are having another coach doing the Finnish sessions.
Indeed. And in the Finnish side, there is quite a few coaches making videos and poker nights for No Limit Hold'em cash games, Pot Limit Omaha, Heads Ups, and Sitten Goes, and those MTTs in Finnish.
And we are only having about 15,000 entrants in the 60k guaranteed. But when it's a 3 times rebuy, we have already gotten over 66,000 rebuys, so the prize pool is over $80,000. And I think that everyone will take an add-on, so it will increase. And this is an interesting call with the King 10 suited, and it earns him a mark of a player, or that's a seal of a player that I like to play against. And Virpas, what's the record at single table tournaments? Or what's the record on single table tournaments in a coaching session or otherwise? Because otherwise I think I have lost something like 2.7k in a session.
In a session or in a...
In a session, 60 buy-ins. I just looked it up from my old blog.
Yeah, but that wasn't a coaching session.
That wasn't a coaching session.
No, it was like your normal game session.
I think when I started as a poker coach from the previous site, I think my 5th or something like that, my 5th poker coaching I did something on full tilt poker, and I think I lost something like 1.2k during the session. And then one of the current PLO coach asked me on how I can get my mindset good when I just laughed when I lost like 2 $100 games in a row on the first hand.
Cullen is right. Because just right after I advertised the perfect and awesome coaching sessions we have in Finnish, all you have to do is learn some Finnish.
I think we are getting some English material out of some coaches, but we don't know it yet when. But some of the coaches have already promised to try something in English. And I think it will be really interesting to see how it works out.
Definitely. So if you have any hopes or wishes, please write them on the forum, and you never know what's going to happen. Maybe some of our Finnish coaches will read them and...
Actually, that's a mistake. I should have called that with only 3k to call. Oh well, I'm not perfect. This is an interesting spot. I min raised the big Ali just called. The flop went check bet call. Turn he bet really small. I just couldn't get like any hand how his line would make any sense, but a river set, that's
something you didn't see coming.
Yeah, that's sure. That's something I didn't see coming. But so in these 3x turbos, you need to take really good care, at least on the final stages. How much do you need to pay for an all-in? because that's like the difference between losing money in these and winning money in these.
You need to get your odds straight.
Yeah, and you are playing with a really short stack, really long, a really big amount of time.
True. So there's still 9,600 players when you are going to add-on period.
Yeah. It's going to be a nice tourney.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think that we have enough fold equity there. I think it's still quite close. And we are at the add-on period, but we just lost a huge pot here. And the player with the largest stack had the best hand there. Like, if we can get screwed somehow, let's try to get screwed by the worst that can happen.
Well, at least Miami didn't call, but there was Miami and Jota that we tried to avoid, and unluckily we couldn't do that. So we get into the add-on period.
Yeah, but we are not having the perfect stack there. We are just getting 38,000 chips when we are carrying on. I would still shove ace-3 suited. It doesn't matter what happens behind me. It's just I can't even think about ranges for the opponents that shoving ace-3 suited wouldn't be profitable.
And there's two players that are having a really small stack, so basically they don't even count in that case.
And Virpa was speaking some Turkulis on the Selling Couch King.
Yeah, if you want to have some private coaching, write it on the forum, because there are our coaches. Now it starts to sound like a food.
And actually, that's like a mark that we probably should try to get some food on the next break.
Yeah.
Our next break is just in 1 minute, so we are not getting food on the next break, or at least I know that I'm not getting food on the next break.
We have some protein bars, but I think this night is going to last for a long time, so we need to make sure we have something better.
We need to plan food for the next break, because there's 2 of us, so we can plan food.
You know what that means. I'm the one who plans the food.
When Sunilson is such a nit and he's in position, I think even such a playable hand as Queen 10 suited, it's a really nice hand, and I don't want to get away from it, but I just can't see how I can play it profitably. So, but that was an interesting bluff from Virpa, that he bluffed with a way to say the word, and he got Dayah all confused.
Not fair. Korpisoturi, I'm going to bring here the most awesomest food ever, and then you are just starving at your place and you're gonna hate us. Yeah, actually we should buy a new sofa too. Now when you start to talk about sofas.
How will buying a sofa make you run better?
Okay, I'll get the shoes first.
But we are going for a 5-minute break. See you in 5. Hello, we are back again.
We have had some strategy planning for the food. Everything's good now.
Yeah, and we doubled up in the 6 max and we are having quite a nice stack here. We actually luck boxed, we have ace-7 suited against jacks or something like that, so...
Button against the small blind.
Yeah.
And this looks good. I hope there is some action coming.
Yeah, this table has been aggressive thus far, so I think we should be in for a... And Kosuguru is practically the only one that I'm 3-betting small here.
He showed an ace and folded.
That would have been awesome for us because if he's having an ace, he would have been with a 5% hand. And now I'm 3-betting small, even though I'm going to be against Balle, because I'm having somebody behind me that we are having 40 big blinds effectively, so I can't be shoving there. It would be a huge overshove. And because we are having half a pot left, even when I'm having a gut shot and one overcard, I want to have some fold equity if he's having something even worse than I'm having. And then I'm having... because I'm not having good equity against anything. Like, actually an ace crap I'm having decent equity against. But everything else I'm...
And that was a good boost to your chip account.
Yeah, I'm now like 7th out of 63 when we are going to the bubble. And I like to be going on the bubble with the large stack. And Kauris is going to sleep. Well, have a good night. And he tells us good luck, but bust the 3x turbo quickly. Oh, I don't think that we will, because there is a really juicy pot. There is almost 10k for the second, so we are hoping that we will be there for a really, really long time.
Sweet dreams, and may you dream of nice cashes.
While Kauris dreams, we will be cashing those big cashes.
And Korpisotur is running good. He has had 4 cashes already for today and still plenty of tables running, so anything can happen. Good luck.
Actually, I'm also having 17 tables, so... but it's planned.
It wasn't a coincidence.
No. I'm thinking about... opponents are needy enough that I think it's plus EV for me to open really widely here. Even though we have had some crappy stuff happening with the big Ali.
He's pain in the ass.
Pain in the Ali. And when Balclaw opened so big, it's easy for us to be shoving our trees.
I think you have gotten some respect on that bottom left table.
I haven't got respect, I have got chips.
Yeah, but along with the chips comes the respect. Because now you have a huge stack compared to theirs. They have been more active before, but I think they calmed down a little bit. Or then they just don't have any hands to play against you.
But I think that if we are going to get food for the next break, I think you should be going to catch...
some healthy food, sure.
Yeah, because the healthy food is only thing that we can get from Tallinn at this time of the night.
Yeah. unfortunately, I'm going to go to get some food, and you need to keep Aarnimetsa awake and wish the best luck for him.
And now on the 3x turbo, I think we are not in the best of shapes.
So good that I saw that. May you survive now till
I was actually ahead of those guys.
Yeah, well, you had more outs than they had.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can go. Good luck, honey.
Good luck for you too. I hope you bring some good food when you come back.
Yeah. See ya.
And Vlore, how's it going? I do know. I think that we haven't had the best of sessions, but I think that when I've slept well, and it just doesn't even bother me that we haven't had the best of sessions. I think this is how it should be. At some point it was a bit frustrating. But now I think we are having some really nice stacks on multiple tables and we are nearing money. So that's always good. And when he ships it in the 6 max, I just can't believe that there would be anything better than my 9s. Because it wouldn't make any sense for him to ship anything real good. Well, it didn't make any sense, but he got it in with a gut shot. And Virpa said, any salad bar open? Oh well, I don't think that we are going to eat anything from a salad bar. Actually, when Mikmak is such a player, I'm thinking that should I even shove this, but Unnight Leroy will call too often. Corpistry final table bubbled queens against ace king. That's always sucky. And in this tournament that it's going to be in the bubble soon, we are going to add some pressure against our opponents. And I'm thinking that the opponents aren't going to play against us that often with just air, so we need to be careful as well. And real grinders eat kebab, and that's actually something that's not... If you want to eat kebab, Tallinn is probably one of the worst cities for that. As you might know, there aren't a lot of foreigners in Tallinn, and amount of foreigners are pretty much the defining factor. Can you get good kebab in the city or not? And in Tallinn, I think there is like one good kebab place and the others are... Well, the others are the others. So that's something that we haven't been able to find, or we have found just one, but the one kebab place that you can get good kebab from, it's in a really inconvenient place. Like, it's a place that it's hard to get there with a car and they don't deliver. They don't home deliver, so we are having some problems with our diet. We are not including enough kebab. Yeah, Turku is a good city for kebab. And as my surprise, Rauma is also a good city for kebab, and Jyväskylä is a really bad one. And that's something that's weird. But I must agree that Turku is a really good city for kebab tourism. And Puzzlepet, what's up with the play of Beard? I didn't think you'll notice. Actually, we got one of the better cards for us and got some increased equity, so we can semi-bluff the turn as well. And I'm usually not 3-barreling in the tournaments, because if you can't get your opponent to fold with the 2 first barrels, you usually aren't getting your opponent to fold with the final barrel. So hand for hand play, so we are now with only 55 players, and we are having the full 500 players. I think there are some good kebab places in Helsinki as well, but like if you are trying to weed out what's the good place, it might take a long time. I haven't been in Oulu, but when I'll be there, I'm surely trying their kebab and pizza. And Voice Tudor, if he's flatting more of our bets, we are changing our strategy against him, because he has now taken a few pots from us, which isn't the optimal situation, because we would want to be the one that's taking the pots. And now when it's hand for hand, it means that it really takes a long time to get the next hand. But we are having the smallest stack of Chiro chips, so we know that the bubble will burst during or before the next hand. I'm actually feeling good. Last time when Dayah went out of the house to get some food, I think in the end we cashed for 3 point some Ks. Yeah, Riihimäki, the most beautiful place in Finland. I think Tampere is probably the city in Finland that if you want to have good chicken wings, Tampere is then a really good place to visit. They are having a lot of chicken wings restaurants, and they have been open for a long time and know what they are doing. But I haven't lived in Tampere, and I don't have the best experience in there. And I think it's really weird that when I lived in Jyväskylä, it's like the city full of students and unemployed and poor people, and the junk food scene there is horrible. Like, in a city where most people should be eating junk food, you can't get good junk food. Like, what's up with that? This is going to be horrible against the Mikmak. I'm going to be giving him space, but it's going to be really hard for me to call 3 barrels in here as well, so I'm probably giving him credit here, because even though I'm having top pair, I'm having the crappiest top pair almost that there can be. And we are again with Voice Tudor. And again, we are having some decent equity, but we want to have the pot as quickly as we can, so I think the Voice Tudor is going to give us some hard spots later on, so And 52 players remaining. I hope we'll see something interesting for tonight. And I have been surprised because on some tables I could mark like every player on the table as a player that I want to play against. And now I have actually one table that I think that most of the players can be regs, which is kind of surprising when you are thinking that they are most of the games are less than $10, and Voice to Tudor has been active, but we have also been race folding a lot, so I'm going to be betting here and I'm going for broke even against him, even though we are only having an overpair, but I think that we are, or not overpair, but we are having top pair, top kicker, and I think that it will be better than whatever he has. And when he called once, I think that I'm not giving him a free card because there are a certain amount of draws on the table, and I'll just get the pressure because that's what I have been doing, and if he's paying attention, he should know that I'm adding pressure even with hands that I'm going to be folding, and he probably should have seen it coming already because I have also folded against him for a couple of times. And this is interesting as well. There will be 2.3Ks to call. We are still far away from, and this is like really close. If it would be in 2.1K, this would have been a snap call, and now it's a bit harder because I'm having one of the crappiest hands. But it was really close on that I would have to do a pot odds call there. And now we are using the combined power of the brains in Poker-Imania to map out what is the best junk food in every Finnish town. I must say that I would rarely donk bet as well, but when we have bet a lot and folded against Voice to Tudors playing back at us, I think it's a perfect place to donk bet as well, and so that we are putting a lot of pressure on him even with strong hands, especially when we have had spots just before that we have had to give up against him. So I think that he would attack our donk bet as well. If you know what I mean, so it's not a general play, but it's a play on the situation which have been developing in the table, I think. But that will be our second in the money for today, which is always nice. And this will be our final hour that we are opening turbos. And after this we will only be opening some 180-mans and hypers. But there will be some more tourneys going on, starting in 8 and 23 and 38 minutes, so we'll just hope that we'll run good in some of those, that we will see some interesting situations and a lot of money. A bit interesting in the $8.8 game. I think Fernando is a top 3 or top 5 stack for sure in the game. And we are pretty much just probing the limits, that if our opponents let us steal a lot, then we are going to steal a lot. If they are playing against us, then we are stealing a bit less and picking our spots a bit better. But we are having a big stack and we are having some room to move around against some of these stacks, so I like to, when I'm coming to a new table, I like to see how people react. I'm not going insane, but I'm going aggressive. I think this $8.8 turbo has been, or it's not a turbo, it's 6 max 500 cap and regular speed. I think it has been awesome in a way that we have probably been pretty much the whole game that you have seen it. We have been a top 10 stack, and we have always had a deep stack in the game. I think, Galeon, you are having a point there, and I could have played it differently as well. Well, and giving him more space. But that was my reasoning behind playing really aggressive, that I had been giving up playing very aggressively before. And he had been attacking my c-bets and my play on the flop really aggressively before that. So, and also then I'm risking more. If I'm just giving him space, then the pot size is more in control. So there are two sides to the coin on. And in general, I say that giving space when we are hitting top pair, top kicker in a 3-bet pot like that, I think would be the optimal way. We are starting to have insane stack sizes in the 3x turbo, and we are just there looking to get the decent cards and get it in, or not yet, but we are pretty close. Our stack is still a weapon, so we are not desperate, but we are approaching the desperate limit. I think this is also like two hands, different hands. The Queen 4 suited, it's going to be a hand that will be profitable to shove. It will not be profitable to raise call. And here, with almost an equal stack depth, we are having 10-4 off, that I think that it's going to be profitable to raise fold against a nit or general player in the game. So then we are having almost an equal stack, and I think that will teach something about ranges or how to divide your hands in different kinds of ranges. And Idleman, I don't believe that he flats and then and I'm going to re-raise him on the flop for sure. I could have just called and tried to bluff in the turn, or float and bluff the turn, or just giving up early on, but I believe that he's going to be full of it most of the time, and this second barrel, it's a bit out of it's a bit too wide, I think, because if he bet calls, he's having a king there and he's pot controlling, and I can't add enough pressure for him to give up a king. It's crappy to be right in a spot like that. And when there is just a limp, I think shoving ace-3 would be good. And Korpisturi has been owned by a 80/10 fish. And that's always bad. It's going to be hard for you mentally to be owned by a fish. Raise, re-raise. We are not knowing much about the opponents. We can't set mine here profitably. It's really nasty spot to 4-bet when we are so deep against Fernando. I think it's a bit weak to fold 9s, but I think it's the best option that I could come up with. Practically my re-raising as a value range there would most likely it would include kings, because with 7s I would be more inclined to just give my opponent space to bluff me. And because I think that my opponent isn't going to be hitting the board that often, but will be betting a paired flop often. That's why I was been also playing aggressively against the opponent, because I presume that my opponent's range will be quite weak there, that he will carry on with, because also in the other direction I don't think it makes that much sense for him to be betting a king there. Yeah, and ace-8 should be quite good showdown value, but on the other hand there is a lot that can happen later on in the hand, and the opponent can pretty easily, even though he's probably full of crap, he can hit more showdown value, and I prefer to get those kinds of pots early on. And actually we got the, and we have changed the table, so I can't. But I think that that's one of those hands that we can have a good discussion about. And of course most players that are bluffing the flop, they are not two-barreling here that often. I think on MTTs, the general MTT player isn't going to be. And when we are not having any, or we are having close to no hands on him, then we shouldn't. Then we should think him only as a general MTT player. And I'm not completely sure that does my explanation hold any water, so probably there's a hand that's not played to its best. And usually I know it when it becomes hard for me to explain why. So Virpa would just merge his entire range and call with his entire range. That's an interesting option as well. I think if you are having if you are bluffing also on those spots, I think you can get some free chips from your opponent. If I remember it correctly, we were about 40 BBs deep against the Idleman, because there was decent stack depth for me even to be spooing the turn bet and still have like a pot left on the river. I think I'm having a lot of those spots that I'm playing really exploitative against opponents and even general opponents. Or opponents that I don't have any reach against. Because there are spots that my opponents are usually playing bad. And they are not exploiting me even though I'm giving them space to exploit me when I'm trying to exploit them to the maximum. If that makes any sense. But like the ace-8, how it went pre-flop, I think the race is fine. And post-flop, I think that there is merit in raising an opponent's donk bet. And there is also merit in just calling. And I'm unsure which is better when we are thinking we are facing a general opponent that we have no reach against. We are having some insane fields in the tourneys. In the tourneys we are playing, so this should be, if we are getting far in any tourney, it will be interesting, because even though our buy-ins are really low, I think we are having quite huge opportunities to have really nice cashes. And Caleon, I hope you hit a really big $200 golden SNG. And as I wrote to my blog that when I remembered the last time the golden sit and goes, we had visitors visiting us. It was the same previous time and it's the same this time around. So always when there will be a Stars golden sit and go promotion, it's like we never can take full advantage of it. And it's a bit problematic. And here against the skill 82 we flipped and we didn't win it. Those are huge stacks either way. And it was unfortunate we didn't get it, and now we are trying to find a hand to just go all in because we are desperate. Like, we are in a game with huge antes and we are in a game with huge antes. Huge antes and we are having a low stack, so I think that's like, that shows what desperation really is. It's slightly interesting to have like a really good stack for a really long time. Like I have had about at least 40 big blinds in the 8.8 and then I'm having the desperation stacks right next to it. I'll include another desperation stack that we are just trying to find a hand that we can get all in. Yeah, with 1200 to antes we need to go really wide, and it's basically the same here. 1/8 of our stack will go to the blinds, so we need to be really wide with our hands. I even think this is going to be enough. Not when somebody opens before us. Now I'm just hoping that Dayah will be here in time to give me food. Because I'm starting to be hungry. Hungry for the big cashes. And hungry for some real food. Ace-Jack would be an easy shove here. I think Ace-10 is going to be too bad, and any ace will be good enough when 1/7 of my stack is already in from the antes. And the Sunday Storm anniversary, we are closing into the monies. And we got 118,000 players in the Sunday Storm today. I think we will get it in against UTG +1 that 3-bets us if we are shoving it, and when we are getting it in, we are getting it the best value for our kings. I don't see that much value in slow playing more. I tend to agree that focusing on the poker when hungry is something that's annoying, and it's also really hard. And 7-8 suited with less than one blind, it was really close. So I was thinking about going with the 8-7 as well. And we are calling Idleman's open with King 8, King 9 off, and our plan is to play aggressive on, at least on those flops that he will check, we are playing really aggressive. But I agree that it will be a really close call with 7-8 suited, because it's a hand that will usually play really well. I would have presumed that Hero PL would have a better hand than Ace-7 off when we are just having 4 hands off. And Nasakris has been so aggressive, and we are so short stacked that we are going to go with Ace-10 on this spot. And now we are running into Ace-King. Hope we run good when we hit the 10 on the flop. And I'm thinking that Gappa Poker is going to have a really large amount of bad hands in his range when he's limping, so I'm going to be shoving really wide here and winning the pot most of the time, I presume. and he folded fours. That's like insane. He's having only like 8 big blinds, and he's not shoving, which is auto profit for him no matter what my range. He doesn't shove it there on the Sunday Storm. But that's something that makes us money, and that's something that we need to be thankful for. And Virpa, it might be. And with 2 overcards and 7-8 suited, it's not close to a flip. And I'm hearing a car sound, and car sound, do you know what it means? Car sound means food. And against Idleman we are again defending, and this is a bit wide defend. 9s is an easy call in the 330. And we are giving him space here, because he has been really aggressive. And we got some more outs with the idiot straight, but I would have liked a lot more cards than just 10. 10 is not my Jack is not my favorite turn card on that spot at all. When he's checking the river, I know that we are going to be good. But I don't think that we are I don't think that we are going to get value from him anyhow, so. And a raise fold hand when opponent calls gets to a value hand. That's always nice to flop well. And 4-bet fold comes 4-bet food. Annoying when we are having a 3-bet machine on our left side. We are out of position. This is a surprisingly annoying spot with king queen off. I just can't think about a good way to play it. It's a bit like pair of jacks or ace jack off. There is just no good way to play it. Yeah, so Jack is one of the worst cards there, and I agree, because there are a lot of draws that the opponent can have, and he bet on the flop, and with the Jack they hit a better pair than my pair, and also it completes a straight, and we are only getting an idiot straight draw, and we shouldn't be that happy about an idiot straight draw, because idiot straight is named an idiot straight for the reason. Because if you are always going for broke with the idiot straight, then it really names you as well. And with a 1-card idiot straight, it's even worse. And when there will be the next break, usually I'm saying that when you are having a break, you need to take full advantage of it. So you need to move yourself. The worst thing that you can do in MTTs when you are having a break, the worst thing you can do is just sit there. You need to be moving, you need to be keeping yourself awake. But on the next break, I will be running downstairs, grabbing some food, and trying to shove it on my throat as once. Oh, I think it will count as exercise, I think. I'm going to shove kings because I'm quite positive that we are going to get it all in. And as this queen jack off, it's actually really close to a hand that would be better played as a shove. No, oh well, now it's an easy raise fold against Micmac. We are a bit lucky against Kasepats that we got him when he got ace-king suited. But his 3-bet sizing was also such that I don't think that he will be folding a lot of the time. I think this kind of tournament is one of those tourneys that will make you feel good most of the way, because you are always being so deep and there are only rare spots that you need to worry about. And I must admit that I have been running good in the tourney. And there are just 3 tables remaining, and we are having a really great stack, so it might even be that we will see some final table action today. And Calleon almost seemed like he was thinking of 3-bet folding that ace-king suited. Yeah, and it was really surprising when he took so long to act, and then he called and he had ace-king suited. I thought that he would have worse, and I'm looking like a chump again for shoving kings and getting just folds. And we are having the harder 0.55, and I'll venture a guess that this is the easiest tourney field-wise that one can play. And I think this is annoying having the Fernando PDF on the same table, and I need to be playing against him, but we haven't had decent cards to play against him, but you'll pretty much see how the big stacks are formed in a game like this. Like, there will be some opponents that are really passive, and you need to relentlessly attack the opponents that are passive to just increase your stack size, like the Fernando PDF is doing. And you can see that I have been also playing this 6-max tourney really aggressively, at least from the spot that we got our big stack. And this is really bad playing poker while hungry, because all the time I'm just thinking how I'm going to sprint downstairs to get the food. And in the Sunday storm, we are now in the money. So we are in the money in the big field, and we are having a decent stack. Yeah, the harder 0.55. That's like a Magnum 44. Magnum point 44. It has a nice ring to it, and I think the first place is still something like multiple thousands. When we opened ace 5, we need to call the opponent because he's so short stacked. And that's probably one of the worst things that can happen. But I think that the opponents are generally having some kings and some queens also in their range in that spot, and that's why we need to call with ace 5. because I think against our general opponent range we are getting Morten. Morten about 33% we need. And Alkaline, we haven't seen a lot of him, but we will be attacking aggressively, he as all the rest of the players. So we will be, I'm presuming that in the 6 max, because we are having such an aggressive table, we will be doing our fair share of 3-bet bluffing. And thus far, if I would just stay in the same table in the Horror 55, I think in the Horror 55 I would see some really awesome players, but there are just so many players getting eliminated during the first blind level that I can't seem to stay on the same table for that long. So, and with 9s we are going to be raise calling here. And by having a raise call range there, we are also protecting our raise fold the crap range. And also we are getting, when we are raise calling, we are getting it in really good most of the time. And now should be the exact minute when the breaks are going to start. Yay, breaks! Actually, with such a bad ace, I'm not even going to c-bet there. Even though there is a flush draw and I might be giving a free card to a flush draw, I think if I'm check calling here, I'm getting more of my money's worth in there, and getting the opponent a chance to screw up majorly. And with 8 we are now increasing our equity a bit, and there are still a lot of options for the opponent to be drawing, having the flush draw on the flop and not hitting the flush draw. I don't think that an opponent would bluff with that small of a sizing. It's just a matter of, I'm having one of the worst aces in here. I'm just thinking about what would he bet here, and would he bet that much of the aces, and well, he would. And now I'm just checking if all of my tables are on a break. All of my tables are on a break. So we'll see you in 5. And we are back. It was a great pit stop. And it really was athleticism, so that's like moving yourself during the break.
And it was good food. Too bad I missed the last hour almost completely, but I heard that there is still a really good stack on the Sunday Storm.
Yeah, and here we got more than... With Alkaline we are getting more than 20 times what we need to call. So we got a decent spot to set mine. We didn't hit the set on the flop. We got that turn for free, so... We didn't hit the set on the turn as well.
Well, that could have been awesome if there was an ace trapping and not betting, and we could have hit the turn with a free card, but not today. Not this time. So what has been happening? People are getting to sleep or grinding?
Korpisator is having only 5 tables left now.
Oh, that's bad. But you can still win all of them. All 5 of them. No worries.
On the hyper, we just need to go when a reg is shoving for 5 big blinds. They will have practically all the aces in their range, And now we are... Actually, when 21k is in, with tens, I think most profitable course of action is just to ship it. Oh well, we are getting the money in good.
Really good. That's all it counts. Even though it might pisses us off a little bit, but we got our money in good. Real good. So there's only 21 left.
Yep.
That's like awesome.
I think Alkaline has been such an aggressive player here that we need to at least call and see what aggressive course of action should we take. It's really bad because he can be betting small even with... He can be betting small even with 1 heart and he's still having decent equity for... And we pretty much with just 2 overcards can't. And now in here we are having a double gut shot on the turn and we are getting a fair price, so we'll carry that hand on and we are not hitting anything.
And then we got moved into the new table on that 6 marks. New people, new faces.
But I think it's good when we got moved to a new table, because I didn't like the last table that much.
Is Rotta from Finland?
Yeah, I'm not that worried though. And for if there's someone that has just arrived, please use the 180p resolution on your YouTube. And if you can't get it to work instantly, please put the quality up, then pause the stream and restart the stream, and you should be seeing some 180p goodness.
You should be able to see the HUD correctly and clearly, and if not, please change the resolution, not the revolution. There are so many good hands all the time. I'm just trying to figure out which one is the most interesting spot. Oh.
Outside the screen, we got it in. Queens against the aces and ace on the flop. This is really crappy spot when he bets small. Or he bets the whole pot. That's not even small. He might be bluffing here, but I think most likely that he won't be bluffing here. With that kind of a sizing.
Yeah, Korpisoturi can now concentrate on our talk more. I don't know, maybe that is a good thing. At least you can give us some good tips.
And when we are on the new table, I don't think that anyone will have any stats on us. The other way around, so we are trying to start up aggressive. With ace-jack off, I would have been shoving or ace-10 suited or let's say any pocket pair more than fours.
Vakku likes our quality. That's good. That's how it should be. Because otherwise it's not really nice to follow this if it's shady or not good. Otherwise.
If it's shady, we have been talking about baby polar bears and loaning babies and how it cannot be shady. I shouldn't be looking what I'm losing my stacks with. I might accidentally get tilted.
And that's something you really should avoid.
Yeah, because you should get tilted on purpose.
Now Callan is cursing us. He's predicting that we are going to fall asleep because we just ate a huge amount of junk food. Oh.
And now Korpistori is asking for food porn. And what do you think is the only place that's open in Tallinn? It's going to be a McDonald's. And I just ate one McDonald's premium burger.
It was Texas American burger. There was two kind of premium burgers. One was Texas style and one was Chicago style. And I had no idea what they had because I couldn't see any information, only big signs. So I went for Texas.
Is Texas or Chicago, which is the correct option to take?
Now we haven't tried the other one.
But the Texas, it had bacon and 2 beefs, so it must count for something.
So there was some protein at least. And we only had one burger each. We learned from the last time when I brought 2 burgers for both of us, and that was a bit too much.
Because then you are going to fall asleep in 23 minutes and 44 seconds.
True. Well, we didn't have any French fries because they are just not that healthy option. So if we can cut those, it gets a little bit better. Yay. So we are not completely chunkies food-wise, but we should get better food for these long sessions.
But there are like practically 2 options. There is a Hess burger, McDonald's, and then there is a shady pizza place that you can get food at any time.
Shady pizza place.
Yeah.
It's not open on nights anymore.
Oh, our favorite shady pizza place is not open at night anymore.
If you're talking about the same shady pizza place. And there is one place pretty close, and they have some kind of Armenian food or something, but we haven't been there yet.
My first reaction to Caleon's comment was, "Aww." Why don't take both and split so you can get a wider taste experience? So, let me get it straight. We are talking about McDonald's burgers here.
I came home earlier than the break started, so if I have had a chance to try both of them, I think you have been on the losing side of the things when I have tried half of both burgers. So I think combined you probably could have had only...
I could have had only half of one burger because the other one would have been so good that you would have eaten it all.
Yeah, and that was probably... That would have probably been the later one. So I would have eaten the first half of the other burger, and then the better one was the later one, and I would have eaten that whole. You never know. So I didn't take any chances with that.
So, but then I wouldn't be falling asleep in... I think I have only 18 minutes left for today.
Okay. So it could have been an awesome choice. Next time.
No! Against Rotta 456, I'm going to be shoving here. I think that it's going to be slightly better.
Than...
I think our options there are flatting, 3-betting small, and shoving and folding is probably the only thing that's not an option.
I just thought like the Schnaps shove, and that's it.
Yeah, I think it's the best option as well, but I think that we have options in there.
Because I think that doesn't look as strong as you 3-betting there. And then he might be calling for with a worse hand than yours.
But well, McDonald's is going to be the closest place to get any food at nights for us, so that's where we are getting our junk food most of the time.
And we don't really get that often, to be honest. Only on special occasions, and they just seem to be these Sunday coaching sessions. Unfortunately, there is some salad on the fridge. I did it. I made it today, but I just wasn't sure if that's enough.
And Korpisturi would flat Ace-Jack suited if BB is aggro, so that the BB could also reshove there. That's an interesting option as well.
Not bad thinking.
And with the 330, we are getting 3-bet and we are having Ace-King, and we are just chipping it in, and I think that's the best course of action for us. With 7 deuce and we are having a bit over 4 BBs. Well, it was the previous hand that we tried to increase our stack and failed.
So what's the price structure for that 6 max 500 cap?
I think that it's dealt in a way that you'll get money if you are getting to the final table. And with 4 ace we are going to just get it in on the hyper. I don't see any other decent option.
Oh.
Set over set on the other screen. And then the opponent starts running their mouth after that hand.
Are you kidding me? That's never a good sign for that. For that person.
We are having one hyper here. Here that should be interesting. So let's see the price structure. On the final table you can get 3 figures, and now we have guaranteed $38. And if we are getting the final 2 tables, we are getting $56. Then 7th to 9th gets 88, and the winner gets 800.
That's good to know. That's not something I probably have seen before.
And in the Sunday Storm, opponent shoves with about 8 big blinds. We are snap calling with King Jack, and that's probably the slowest snap call of the known history. I think we could have used some more snap in the snap calling side of things.
And you also could have snapped with your fingers at the same time. To be precise.
More snap required. If Jack Turner is only one in the pot, we are going to be shipping it in with the force and hoping to win a flip.
There's a huge stack next to you.
Where?
That Romario star. On the top right. And he seems to be okay calling with that spot.
And Corpistory 380 players remaining on out of about 10,000 in a $20 bigger. One time. We are hoping that as well.
May this one time be for you.
I should have looked the other stack as well when I was shoving with tens. I'm not sure if it would have changed anything, but it wouldn't have been that quick of an action.
I think it wouldn't have changed anything.
I think so too. I would have thought about it a bit.
Before making an action.
Yeah, that's something...
In a theory, that's a good idea.
That's something that I'm used to playing 25, 6 and 9 max hypers at the same time. So I'm used to that. I need to make a decision quick, or quickly I'll get stumped with all the decisions I need to make. So I might be not using my time to think as well as I should. And I'm making, when I'm playing smaller amount of tables, I think I might still be losing some value in not thinking things through even though I have time. And in here, we are having an ace, we are having 2 limpers, so we are just trying to trying to get their blinds by shoving, because then there will be more than enough money on there. Especially when the first limper is even shorter stacked. And we are in the money in the 330.
Oh, that's good. Have you got any idea how much we have or how many tables we have been into the money so far?
I think that's the fourth one that we have. We are now having 3 tables in the money, and we have finished the 1 table in the money already. So we are having at least 4 in the monies, and we are having 10 tables, so.
Ouch.
We are running into aces.
Again.
Oh well. Now we have successfully gotten into money twice.
Kallen said that you could have done a small 3-bet with that TT, 10th hand.
Yeah. That's practically the option. Option there is remaining. There is a non-turbo knockout that we are quite close to the money. And then there is the 1 rebuy 1 add-on game that seems to be taking forever. I'm thinking that I'm taking some 180-man turbos right now. Because then we can have a balanced set up to the end. If I can get some 180-mans running right now. I'm just thinking with the 10th hand that should I even have any fold to the bigger stack option even left in my playbook there, because 10s on the other hand they are playing pretty well even against the tightest range.
It's too bad that the table is gone, but anyway, I think you may not be able to fold even to a big blind.
And Tampa Bay, Washington 0-0, super boring match, and it's overtime now. I think that's slightly interesting because I would have hoped that Tampa Bay would have it in them to just go for the win and go for home advantage in the playoffs.
So that knockout is almost on the bubble. And 335k guaranteed is already on the money. And there is a long way till the 6 max hyper turbo till the money places.
Yeah, and in the $5.5 1 rebuy 1 add-on, I'm so worried that it will take forever. I think we started it with just 1048 entries. It has been running 3 hours and the field size is still 400. So we might have a situation of a game taking forever.
So one rebuy, one add-on. And you probably made the rebuy, or is it available until you have 0 chips?
I have made the rebuy and add-on.
Okay.
So I have gotten my chips.
Oh, it's already past the add-on time.
Yeah, we are at 300, 600 blinds, and you were thinking that there are so many players left even.
You never know. And then we got a nice double up there.
And we are hoping to get a double on the knockout, but we can always hope. Let's put it this way. PokerStar speed filter slow is nice. Not a single SNG or MTT currently in it. I think that there will always be those slow heads-up turnies, so that I think there will be, but I think you don't have the hyper or the heads-ups on your filters. And Korpisturi has made a stupid move and registered to a $11 bigger. And he has a big stack and 4,000 players left.
Bye bye to good night's sleep. And then you have such a big stack that you don't want to just blow it away, but if you had a smaller stack you would be more inclined to just flip it to get it big or go home.
Yeah, and then even if you are getting it big, you are still angry at yourself that
Yeah.
you got it big. Especially when you are out at some place like 115 and get something like $70 and that's it.
And it takes hours to get there. There is a reason why I don't normally play MTTs. That's frustrating.
Something to do with nerves?
No, patience.
Isn't it the same thing?
Nope, not the same thing. So it's midnight here in Tallinn. And we started 4 hours and 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I'm feeling surprisingly okay.
The burger is getting to me.
As long as it's not talking to you, everything is fine. And 150th gets $150, so... Well, it will be worth it if you get there. Trust me. Try your best. You don't feel at all like complaining if you get there.
Yeah, one table in MTT, it's just nice but to learn heads up sit and goes. That's true. You can always try to get most of the time and learn something useful.
Yeah, at least the hyper heads up sit and goes, they are like average length is somewhere around 2 or 3 minutes. So you can actually if you are one tabling, you can also one table heads up sit and goes. And if this table takes forever, that's exactly what we are going to do.
So this might end up being an MTT and heads up night after all. Well, actually, I kind of hope that it does, because then it might mean that you'll get a lot of money out of that tournament.
I don't think you can get a lot of money out of this tournament.
Then I have to ask, what are you doing there? If it's not worth of the time.
I have said it before, I'm not perfect. Interesting option in the 330. It's probably someone's good night time when he has been shoving like 40 BBs deep.
Have you any idea what your calling range would be on that spot?
Pretty tight when it's the first time I see him do it. And even though this hyper started just a few moments ago, I'm just thinking it's going to be the most interesting game quite soon, because the other options are like Hotter Turbo, that's a long ways from the money, but it's a small stakes tournament, so it could be nice for the Knights team.
Vaku is asking about our favorite music. What's your favorite music?
I'm listening a lot of hard rock and metal, so that's where I would go to music-wise. I think you all should look at Northern Insomnia project. That's Markus Y, one of our members' project, and they have done some really nice YouTube videos of their songs.
That's true. You should definitely check that. If we ever were to make a music video for Pokerimania, I think they would be the ones to do it. Like music video for Poker Forum. Why not? At least you cannot blame us for not thinking outside of the box.
But you can answer, what's your favorite music? The sound that cashier makes when you open it, the ka-ching.
Yeah, the ka-ching, ka-ching, tilulilu later, or so on. I like to listen to different kind of music. I have been, not forced, but I have been doing some listening to darker music since I met you, and there are some bands that I really like, but some of them are a bit too heavy for my taste. But
it's called heavy metal for a reason.
But for example, Tarot is one of those bands that I never knew of before I met you, and it's good. Then some pop rock music. I like Pink, for example. I went to see her gig last time he was in Helsinki, and that was awesome. Not a huge or not a Bieber fan at all, no way, or not that kind of like cheesy pop. But
and actually, it might be a bit surprising, but the last concert we were going to was Lady Gaga's concert in Tallinn.
That was really, really good. And the next one that we were supposed to go, but it was postponed till the summer, was 30 Seconds to Mars. I really like their music. And they were supposed to be here on Mars, but they had to postpone that till June or July. So I have to go and see them there. I don't know. And on June there is going to be David Guetta on Lauluväljak in Tallinn, and I'm considering that, even though it's more. It's not normally my taste, but he has made some good songs I really like. So maybe just because of those I might go there if I get some company. There's actually 2 songs from him I adore. Sheaf Wolf and Titanium. And those are really good ones.
Actually, that's something that I can tolerate 30 Seconds to Mars even if it's not my favorite music by any means. But I don't think that I would follow you to a David Guetta's concert.
Actually, I kind of know that already. It's more house music kind of genre. I don't know what's the genre completely, but
Because that's that's the easiest way to get into a fight. Like start arguing about music genres. With threes, when we are having just 3 big blinds or 4 big blinds, we just need to get it in.
we just need to build up our stack.
Yeah, because it's not a weapon anymore.
Not by any means. And if that's a flip, we are more than happy about it.
And if it's not a flip, there are enough blinds and antes to almost make it worthwhile. But actually almost even. It's 35-ish%, so we're needing it to be a flip quite a good amount of time.
And it's a flip. And it's good. So Vaaku, what's your favorite music? Will you follow me to David Guetta's concert? If you haven't seen 30 Seconds to Mars's YouTube videos, you should. I really like them, and they have put a lot of money and effort in those. They have been filming in China in that restricted area, for example, and so on.
And Korpisturi Tampa Bay won on shootouts, so this means they will get a home advantage. Yeah, they will get a home advantage on Montreal on their playoff series. And if St. Louis lost today, then they are going to be facing against Montreal. And I think that means that one of the best teams in Western Conference is going to be out on the first round. Because I think that St. Louis and Chicago are both really strong teams and could go far.
But I guess we haven't been to that many concerts together. You have been to...
A Wacken Open Air,
Yeah,
Metal Camp.
Metal Camp was the one that I was looking for. And that was really interesting gig. Or, well, the festivals, I guess, is better way because it lasted forever. But that was on a really scenic spot, I heard.
Yeah, Metal Camp is like in a really beautiful place of Slovenia. But being in a festival for more than 7 days, it really takes a toll on you. That's like surprising facts that you don't know that if you are eating just junk food and drinking every day for 7 days, the last day you will feel horrible.
And that's a fact.
Yeah, that's really a fact. I think that one of the most interesting experiences for the trip was the final day when I was selected as a driver. So the final day I didn't drink anything, but even still the next day I got a hangover. And I was feeling horrible, and I thought that now I'm eating something really, really greasy and something that will make my hangover just float away. So we stopped to a restaurant next to some mountain on the Slovenian roads, and I saw octopus on the menu. And I first thought the deep fried octopus rings that, you'll get from any Finnish restaurant if you are ordering octopus. And when I'm hungover, I'm getting when I get my order, I'm seeing 3 small octopuses, like complete octopuses that are boiled or something. And we didn't have that much time because we needed to get to our hotel, which was some drive away. So I just needed to eat whatever I had, and that was... I think that was one of the worst possible ideas to have a hangover meal. Like boiled octopus, don't try it.
I think that pure comedians, comedy jokes are made of that kind of scene that you are completely green and there is an octopus leg coming out of your mouth and you are just chewing and chewing and chewing it. Trying not to puke. Lost in translation, I guess. That happens.
Well, I ordered octopus and I got octopus, so it wasn't lost in translation, but well, now I know that you can serve octopus in multiple ways.
There's many ways to cook or boil or deep fry or whatever an octopus. Yummy.
But I think one of those big bands, like, for example, Lady Gaga, I think what I was most looking for is the experience to seeing the biggest show on earth. And I think with U2 it's about the same as well. That when you are going to see U2, you are not just going to see U2 for their music. You are going to see U2 because they are having one of the best shows in the planet and one of the biggest shows.
True.
And one band that I want to see and I just never have been in the correct place to see is Rammstein. And I have heard that their live shows are really good and they are having a lot of pyrotechnics and stuff, so that's something that I need to fix in the future.
And I guess the saddest part is that I have seen them.
I think that's a surprising fact.
You knew that,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, I thought that...
Because this came up before as well.
I saw them in Province Rock in Seinäjoki city quite a few years ago.
That makes it almost a city when you are saying Seinäjoki city.
It is a city.
You are soon saying that Seinäjoki metropolitan area to make them a metropole.
Then I would be talking about my hoods. Yeah, I'm around from there.
And I think from now on Markusy and Korpisoturi and Mido and everyone is going to be speaking about Riihimäki metropolitan area.
Why shouldn't they? But actually that kind of experiences are the ones that you really remember, because you just remember the feeling, you remember the atmosphere and the people and everybody, and it's really worth experiencing. When I was in Boston, we went to see Bon Jovi in Boston, and they had a really good show. You could really and clearly see that they have done that for many years, and they knew how to just get the audience excited and to sing along and dance and do whatever. And that was a great night. And that was okay, their music is good as well, but the whole excitement was amazing.
I think one of the surprising music acts that is surprisingly good live is Korpiklaani. That's something that, if you like folk metal, you really should see Korpiklaani live. It's not the biggest show in the world, but it's a surprisingly high energy show.
I really hope to see that one day. Maybe we have to figure out where they are playing next, or if they probably have some kind of shows in the summertime in Finland, I guess.
I think there will be something.
There are quite a few festivals that could be an option.
I'm thinking about stop and going here. I'm having quite a decent stack for it, and the 1 rebuy, 1 add-on, 1 call and then a squeeze, and with 9s I'm in a bit crappy situation. Or not even a bit crappy, a lot crappy. As I think that he will be such a hit in opening, I don't think even stop and go would be profitable there. But it would extract some more fold equity for sure.
Well, he seems to be pretty bad player, and if he's opening from there, I think that his range is pretty strong.
I don't think that the worst players, they are even thinking that much on where they are opening. They're just pretty much opening the same range on every single spot. But even when the range is tight, then you are going to get pretty screwed pretty often. And pretty screwed and not screwed.
And
not screwed in a good way.
So AC/DC is also good in live. I think it's one of those bands that are old and they have done that for a long time. They know how to bring the audience to their limits and get excited, and they know how to perform. So I guess that's actually that.
Yeah, I think some of those old rock bands are surprisingly good as well. And we are splitting the pot with Mount Spoomore. I took the Hyper here instead of these 180 mans that I mostly have, and with Ace-10 just 3 big blinds, we are not having a lot of options in choosing our moments. We just need to go. And it force, we are having about 10 times as much as Homer when Homer opened 3x, and I think it gives us a really good opportunity to shove and get a decent increase to our stack. But so I think I mainly have, these are the scheduled MTTs that I'm having here. And I think all the other games that I still have left are 180 mans. No, I have 1 turbo here as well. So
There's no.
So the next game that I'm going to bring for this is going to be the last scheduled game, if I just last long enough. But after that it's going to be all 180 mans. And with 180 mans I might have broken a bit of the small stakes experience. We are having some 60s and 35s and 15s, but it happens. You sometimes forget what you are doing.
Oops. So Russian first took a chunk of our chips with a flip, and then he generously gave us back some of those.
I'm starting to get a bit worried that we are in quite a few of those 180 mens. We are having about the same depth of stack than in the 550. So I don't know, this might take a while.
So is there 202 players left?
And 135 places paid. But it has taken like 4 hours to get from 1000 players to 200.
Oh. So it is going to take a long time.
It's going to take at least a decent while.
That's quite a specific estimation.
And that's, if I would play MTTs professionally, I would know how much each tournament takes, and I would make my schedule in a way that if I'm running deep in a tourney, all of the tourneys would end at about the same time. So that would be what I would be aiming for, and I would be aiming for getting the tournaments open as quickly as possible, so I would maximize my amount of tables. And that's also one good reason to play on Stars, and especially if you are a Sunday grinder, and you can get some quality games added to your grind by using those 180 men turbos.
Greetings to you, Lost Pro. Did you just wake up? Almost right when we are off to another break. Korpisotur used his one time in $11 bigger.
So Corpus's one time was now to drop him out of a tournament. That sounds stupider than it really is.
I think it depends if you really wanted to get out of that tournament or not.
I think when Corpus said that he has 5 tables left and he has a big stack in the bigger 11 and there's 4,000 players left and it's a regular speed tourney, I think it means that it was really...
You lost Pro. You need a rap name. Why on earth do you need a rap name? I don't even know any good rap names. I think we need to think about those during the next break.
And the next break will start in an instant.
Yeah. Gangsta rap. I'm terrible.
So does Julos Pro need a gangster rap name or a Finnish rap name or... It's going to be interesting and we are having all the break to think about it. See you in 5. So we are going to be back.
So Finnish rap name to end with a ritari. So ritari is a knight. You want to be a knight. Oh, I know. You could be iskelmäritari. There's a pun in it. Ritari. Knight in a shining armor. Try korpiritari. Aarniritari.
With King 7, I think we have underrepresented our hand a sizable amount here, and I think that we need to call the river because there are plenty of weaker hands that can bluff there. Or try to value bet because they think our hand is weaker than it is, and now we got bet by river 2 pair, and that wasn't nice.
No, that wasn't.
With 8, if UTG opens, he's not insane. UTG plus 2, 3 bets, even with a hand as strong as 8s. We're just going to get out of the way.
So you lost pro. Why do you need that name? What for? And if it needs to be something ritari, there needs to be a reason for it. It's limiting my imagination.
Yeah, now we need a story about why you need a rap name that ends with a ritari.
Absolutely. There's K-bingo.
K-bingo. Is that the famous Finnish player with the 3 exclamation marks at the end?
I'm not sure if he's the one or not, but I was pretty sure that he's the one that's from Finland.
Yeah, and he's having a bear penguin as the... So it might even be the real K-bingo. A6 is going to be too weak to play. And with Kellerkind just min raising, I think that Ace3 is going to be a shove, and I was even thinking about stop and going him, even with an inverse stack situation. Oh well, we can always run. Good.
Cold weather outside.
Well, let's carry on with the 180 mans, and now I'm having a huge stack of those that I'm getting the next. And Tran confirms that he's the Karhupingvini of the other Finnish poker forum. Yeah, that's what I was asking for. Even though it doesn't matter anymore. And Ismo Heart, Seppo.
He must be from Finland too.
Yeah, and he actually won the Stars tournament leaderboard last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Now you know.
Funny fact.
Against one limp, I think we are getting enough chips in the pot that it becomes plus EV for us to be just shoving there. And Karhu Penguin is a character at the other poker forum that has been going from practically from 0 to 6-figure bankroll and then to 0 and to 6-figure bankroll and to 0 and to 6-figure bankroll. So he's a swingy. And I think that Ismo Hart Seppo is a good reg because of winning the TLB, and the TLB win, it needs a crap ton of volume, so like my hat is off to him for being able to play a huge volume that it takes and carrying on playing the huge volume for the whole year.
So he might be even worth of marking him as a wreck.
I usually want to have my times with the opponents before I'm marking them anything. So at the 180 men's, 27 places are paid and the min cashes aren't usually worth it, but the first prize is about 50. It's about 50 buy-ins, so it's a really decent first prize. What's the problem in the structure is that if you are not having wins, you are most probably losing in the 180 men's.
I need to prove myself.
That you are not drinking a drink of sin.
No. Even though I could be, because I'm not the one playing here. But I try to keep my head clear, because otherwise I might be here talking bullshit and just bothering you. And that's not the aim. It's energy drink.
So the aim is to keep me energized and well fed.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much my job. Quite so.
Köyhä ritari 1. Just like Korpisoturi had a nickname of Korpisoturi some number, like Korpisoturi 4 on some poker stars, and I asked him like, was it all about that Korpisoturi is already taken? No, it's just to get some variety in the nicks.
True poker player. They love variance.
And you need to have your nick range balanced.
I think Tuttiritari is already taken.
But it will help in finding Eulos Pro a Ritari nickname if he tells us what is going to be for.
Of course he could be Pokeritari.
Pokeritari could be actually pretty awesome.
or maniaritari tai maniritari?
Don't go overboard. You have done your creative job for the day.
But nobody else is giving up any good ideas for it. I'm trying to cover for their asses.
Copyright has a different number on every site.
So how many numbers have you got? What's your number? Flip-flop, flippity-flop.
Actually, this should be better. Especially as we have jacks there.
Are you seriously saying that there is no people gone from that $550 one rebuy one add-on? Or isn't that just not refreshed?
203 players.
Seriously?
Seriously. You are not just getting more than one player out every 10 minutes or so. I don't know why, but...
Work for it. And if Eulos Pro wants to have a double meaning rap name, you could go for Suoraritari. Straight. Yeah, if I need to explain it, then it's not good. Yeah. Don't go for that. I think it's starting to be that time when we shouldn't just try to make any more jokes.
And are we getting close to a heads up? We are always getting closer to a heads up.
Only a couple more villains to bust and then we are almost there.
I think our best position thus far has been 15th on a 6 max. So Eulos Pro is now trying to get rap credibility or something.
There's some kind of lack for...
Yeah, it's awesome when you can get the whole table just fun.
No need to be waiting for the river.
But I'm a bit confused because there shouldn't be any reason for having lag now. Because there aren't any big tourneys starting anymore.
No, there shouldn't be. At least not more than it was some hours ago.
It was hard for me to... It was hard for me to get into... into even logging in on PokerStars when we were starting this, but it was around the times that they were running the reward shootouts for the mission week.
This is starting to be interesting.
Carry on. There aren't that many sentences that are ending with rolling.
No, you don't need to have, because you are switching that soon. You know, head up, get love, soon, noon, trolling, rolling. You can switch that. But I think that everybody else is now too afraid to say anything in between, that they are not breaking in the combo.
This is going to be way too late.
Yeah. My apologies. And seriously, I have not been drinking anything alcoholic. It looks like a whiskey, but it's not.
And seriously, it seems to work like whiskey, but it's not.
It's like the cheapest drug ever. Dynamite.
Our cheapest drug ever. Getting real tired and trying to concentrate on something.
Yeah, now the fun begins.
Just reap the rewards.
Well, if you have been there for all these hours with us and you still haven't gone to sleep or gotten too tired of listening to us, you might be hearing some really weird shit soon.
I don't get it.
I think we are not the only ones who are getting way too tired at this hour.
Like Tup is very close to a member of ours, and I think that he is referring Tupe. But I don't get it still. Donkey I am. That's a poetic name.
Cyrene.
If there is something we don't wanna see is just a call. I think the opponent's calling range will include a lot of aces, but I don't think that there will be pretty much any aces after checking twice. I'm trying to get some thinner value and getting him to call with something like king high. King high or something that he thinks that we are just both playing the board. And we didn't get anything from Heidhausen.
No, but we are 5th on the chips. That's good.
I'm not completely sure about that.
Why?
We are having 50 big blinds in this game. And the average stack size is 20 something big blinds. It's more than 1 AM. This shouldn't be happening.
Because it's going to take forever.
Forever, ever.
Crap.
Korpistre, you can always, if you did win anything today, you can cash it all out and give it to the taxi driver, and taxi driver man will get you to the ABC.
Taxi driver man. You should always have something in your fridge or freezer. We have some food always on the freezer, so if there is no time to go shopping or you are just too tired to make any food yourself, just go there. And there should be always something good as well. Just for serial emergencies.
Sick life beats.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is a mobile player that limps. I'm thinking that do I have fold equity here? Because I even might have, because the opponent is, well, a mobile player.
You might have, but I don't know if you can count on that. Even though, well, still because there is that Petra who has a bigger stack between.
And Caleon, have a good night. And I'm trying to get some heads up, because I think pretty much it doesn't matter which game. If it's not a 250, 180 man, I'm going to make money if I'm going to get heads up.
Yeah, good night, Caleon. We surely hope to get to the heads up.
And that's why you are always winning money, because it sucks if you are losing money and then you need to go to bed hungry.
And you cannot afford to call taxi driver.
Call the great taxi driver man.
Ah, the man who brings the food. But you have wine. So is your hangover already over, or are you just trying to postpone it? Wine is not a bad idea, unless you have to wake up early tomorrow morning.
Actually, this doesn't make any sense, because now the bubble has burst and I don't have any additional fold equity here. If I get the pot, then it will sure look like a grand idea, but I don't think that it's still a good play.
So this is the time when you do have time to think, because you don't have that many tables. That what's the whole situation before you make your move.
Actually, I'm having a lot of those tournaments going to the money right now, so I'm in the cusp of bubble in multiple ones. Multiple 180 mans. And I'm on the cusp of bubble in the 550 that will take forever.
So in 1 hour the bubble will be burst.
No! There are still 30 players. It's like 2 hours to the bubble bursting.
You need to speed up and start to drop those players like flies. We don't have the whole time, the whole evening. Actually, we do, but I don't want to sit here the whole evening. Look, there was one elimination. Yay!
And it happened on my table. Actually, have you seen that player live in Tallinn? It was Sorakasa. I remembered Nick somewhere.
Was it? Yeah! We have. Why didn't I see that before?
I saw it when he went away, and now I remember that we might have seen him.
We have, quite a few years ago, but we have seen him. We have been partying with him.
And Lakabi, 61 hands. He hasn't found a single 3-bet yet, and now he's 3-betting me, so ace 10 is going to be an easy fold.
For sure. You're talking about the parties. That was one of those Poker Stars party. And it was fun.
And actually, if Korpisoturi, if you want to punish yourself, you can always walk to the ABC and get some food. Because nothing beats walking 10 kilometers with an empty stomach.
Like, I will remember to get some food to my freeze. And just go over that thought the whole trip like a mantra. You will remember next time.
Actually interesting to think about the 11/9 player for 39 hands. What on earth can he have and what he will fold on the flop when he flat calls me? Something like 12 big blinds deep. Against this old Manstrom that's opening pretty much every hand, I'm going to be call downing him here, because even though he opens up just about every hand, I think that when I hit the top pair, I'm going to be ahead of him.
Oh Christ.
And even bluffers sometimes hit it.
Riihimäki's APC is not open. Why not? Aren't they all 24/7 open?
Actually, in Rauma there is also 2 ABCs and only one is open 24/7.
There's 2.
Yeah.
Is Rauma bigger than Riihimäki?
I don't know. Probably. Perhaps they are thinking that there are 2 ABCs in Hyvinkää, so Riihimäki is just Hyvinkää North. That's going to be a painful insult.
You are evil. So 25 kilometers, and it's probably something plus minus 0 Celsius in Finland, I guess.
I was talking about a punishment. And Tupe, you are on the wrong chat. Please come to the English side. We have cookies.
Welcome to the better side.
I think this is awesome that we are seeing $2.5 180 man and then we are seeing $8 180 man. And Tupe asked me, am I a good coach in the high stakes 180 mans?
If they are high for you.
I think that I'm plus EV even at the highest 180 mans. And actually I'm quite sure about it. I think they are way easier than most hit and goes. and the opponents aren't that good, and the structure gives you opportunity to have a lot of edge against your opposition. Interesting, it was 27 players just one hand ago, and now it's 23. 22. I think most of even the 3560s, I think they are about equal in difficulty to the $15 ones that are the ones that are running the most. And I think you can see pretty much the same regs you are seeing at the $15 180 mans that you are seeing at 35s and 60s. And actually I'm having only one table left on the other screen, and that's worrying me a bit. But then we can perhaps change it all up and do some heads-up hypers on the side and think about the heads-up game as well. And Tupe, you are at the Finnish chat again. Equal means that I think the player pool is pretty much the same in $15, 35s and 60s. There are some regs that can't afford to play those 35s and 60s, but I think their place is taken by some MTT regs that are willing to increase some of their, or are trying to increase the amount of tables they have. But I don't know. For what I have seen in MTTs, I think that some of those 180-man turbo regs that can't afford to play the highest stakes are probably skill-wise ahead of some of those bigger scheduled MTT players. And pasta and one dolmio sauce.
Why on earth did you have a dolmio in your bathroom? Yeah, that's definitely a miracle.
I've heard that some people are having a Koskenkorva bottle, like a bottle of vodka, in the, like where you are flushing your toilet. If you are putting it to the water basin, you are doing two things at once. You are hiding your vodka from your wife, so your wife doesn't know that you're drinking. And you are also saving the world because you are using less water with every flush.
Hallelujah! Well, good for you, Korpisotori. Now you just need to boil the water to have a pasta. And actually, if you have even any kind of basic elements in your in a fridge, you could pretty easily make some kind of pasta sauce yourself too. If you have pasta, of course.
But like, if we are talking about a single male living by himself, I think the basic elements are quite different, or what you are thinking as basic elements in the fridge. They might be quite different than what you would consider basic elements.
Ketchup.
Yeah, what else?
Soy sauce.
Doubtful. It's on the kitchen counter.
But
it shouldn't be, but it is. And Tabasco is on the kitchen counter as well, because nothing... In Finland we have the saying that fits for Tabasco. It's called mikäs pahan tappais. And it's like you can't spoil Tabasco sauce. because it's evil. It's been made with evil, and it's thus unspoilable.
That's legendary. Yeah, I need to make food. I have this dolmio sauce in my hand. No, I need to throw up. I'll go for the bathroom. I can so see that happening. Poor you.
But Tupe, if you're coming to the English side, that you asked in the Finnish side that you think you're beating 15s, but you don't know about 35s and 60s. I think the players that are sure that they beat 15s are also beating 35s and 60s. But I think that I wouldn't recommend them to you still. When he's shoving, I think I'm more inclined to call here. Because if I'm thinking about what range would Eddie Guardo shove, I'm thinking that the range would include a lot of small pocket pairs, and I don't mind flipping when the pot is going to be King 10 off. Well, that's something interesting to see. I'm thinking that Eddie Guardo is some Finnish MTT regs nickname, but I still wanna say that that's bad, and that's one notch down for marking him as bad.
So now we have only 3 tournaments left. And there is... Yeah, I need to just wait for that hand to go through. 20 players, 11 players.
And 19 players.
It froze.
I think they are waiting if there's someone else out as well. Oh, they are just waiting if someone else getting eliminated, and they would have a smaller stack than I am. I am having. I think there is a. And if Sergobed would have lost it, then I would have gotten the 9th place money. That would have been $6.15. And I think if one of those tables is going to... If we are losing one of these tables, then we are carrying on with hyper heads-ups.
Little big kahuna. We know him. But he's not most likely listening to us.
And Tupe, that probably means that you are somewhere in between minus 30% ROI and plus 90% ROI. If you are just having 1000 tourney sample size. You are really going to need a ton of sample size with 180 mans. And you can see even the better players. You can see Little Big Kahuna. I think he was 2 years ago the one that made most money with 180 mans. And I'm betting that you can see something like 5,000 to 6,000 games that he's not making any money. And if I'm remembering correctly, he's having something like 20 something % ROI during his whole games. The variance in these games is immense.
Now I have a problem. I started to drink this dynamite thinking that this is going to take 4 hours. And I'm about a halfway of this can. And now I'm not sure anymore whether I should finish it or not.
So you are trusting my skills.
And you are failing me. No. You're still in that 5k guaranteed and there is 77 people left.
Because both of these players are such short players, I think even with queen 3 off we can shove here and feel good about it.
What did you think about his call?
I don't think that's bad because he had only 4 big blinds.
Only 4, okay.
And if we are getting here unopened, we are going to shove this as well.
Because there is such a small stacks afterwards.
But for example, in the 180 one illustration about how big the variance can be, if you are looking at the $15 games, like if you are in one game, if you are out at the final table at first possible moment, you are getting a bit over 2 big blinds, or you are getting a bit over 2, so you are winning there just one buy-in. But if you are winning the whole tournament, you are walking away with 50. You are walking away with 50 buy-ins, so in 1000 games, the difference between winning and coming 9th in a single game, the difference will be 5% in ROI, so that's something to think about. And yeah, Tupe, these are the last tournaments. I think that we can now get the lobbies open even. And when Lampenkap is shoving such a short stack, even with King Queen, we need to call. And I think we are getting to the chip lead, or pretty close to it.
Second in chips. That's good.
I needed to check the last hand when I thought that when there are such a short opens, I was thinking about shoving there with trees.
Yeah, because there was so much money in the table before flop. I think 3 limpers or something.
And now we don't have many hands on Murimat, but what I have remembered that he had been aggressive on when we had more players on the table. It's a bit hard to use filter stats with MTT tourneys because you might have a ton of hands. Like let's say you have a ton of hands 7 to 9 handed, but then when you are 4 to 6 handed, you can get only those hands from the 2 final tables. And you are not having a lot of those. And Tupa will make a home game start at 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's okay, I think. I might even join because I don't have that much games left. And this will be our first final table today.
Good. Orange marks a wreck. A good wreck. A regular player.
A regular player that I don't like playing against. And there's a difference because there are some regs that I can't say hunting, but I like to play against them and I don't mind them on my table more than I'll mind a random player, because I have so much information on their leaks and they are having such blatant leaks that they are losing a lot of money although they are playing a lot of games. And Lil Big Kahuna could actually be even red one, but I think that if you are comparing, he's ahead of the 180-man regs for sure. But if you are comparing him to some other sit-and-go regs, I think that he won't be a top-level reg on other structures, but in 180-mans he's a top-level reg for sure. And if I would know, or like in 180-mans you can't game select, and I think with Lil Big Kahuna we have played something like 200 games together, but I think we have even less hands than games. Because in 20-table sit-and-go, you are not that likely to play with the other players that have registered to the same sit-and-go.
Well, I hope there's enough listeners ready to join the home game at this hour. Usually the home games are a little bit earlier, but we'll see.
And Los Angeles Kings gray shirts look pretty odd. I must agree, but I'd say that I'm used to the square logo that Los Angeles Kings had, and now the logo is completely different and it doesn't feel like the Los Angeles Kings anymore, at least for me. And of course now they are a successful team and it doesn't feel like Los Angeles Kings anymore, so... And it's a bit awkward also. I don't know the extent of Korpisuri's hangover. But he's not doing like nuclear physics. He's cooking a ready-made pasta sauce and boiling pasta. Like, it can't take that long.
I think he's taking his time. And if he's really in a bad shape, I think he should take his time. Just that he doesn't burn the pasta. Because that would be a disaster in a big time.
Now I can't understand what Tupe is saying, but... seems okay.
Yeah, if they understand each other, good for them.
Quite close to adding Biggie Ivanov for the list of players that I like to play against. And Paul, who has the coolest jersey in NHL? That's a tough one. The coolest jersey in NHL.
I could tell you if I knew one.
Like Korpisuri knowing all the different branch of shoes.
Yeah. I could start guessing different names if they hit their target, but I think there's no use for it.
I think one thing that, I think Winnipeg Jets this year, they are having an awesome jersey.
Why?
It's stylish and it doesn't need to be the old one because it's now a new team. And I think their logo is also pretty photogenic.
Photogenic logo.
Yeah.
What color is that?
That's not a color, that's how it looks.
It's not a color.
Photogenic, it's not a color.
No, but the logo and the jersey.
The jerseys, or home or away jerseys, I have no idea, but it's mainly blue. I can actually show you all the jerseys so you can give your input.
Please do so. Now you have time. I can tell you which color is the best. Oh, Korpisoturi, you are running late. You don't have much time. In 8 minutes, the home game will start. Oh no, you are the chip lead.
Actually, Anaheim Ducks is also having nice new jerseys. So I'm now having a page open with all of those NHL jerseys and we are waiting for which Dayah will land.
So is there like old ones and new ones?
Now there are home and away jerseys.
And then when there's 3 different sets.
Some teams are needing to have more than so that you can separate them better. I think the white jersey is something that some teams like Minnesota Wild next to never uses. Actually, Montreal Canadiens is having a good classic jersey, like one of the best classic jerseys.
But classic is, I think it's the same than boring in that case.
This is the Winnipeg Jets.
Was that your choice?
I think that's one of the best looking jerseys out of the top of my head.
It's clear, simple.
But what did you choose here? What looks good? Actually, LA Kings seems to be changed their logo one more time because I remember the last jerseys with some kind of a freaky logo. And now they are back to a boxy logo. And you can see concentration.
On the top of my head, I think top 3 would be Ducks, Bruins and Penguins.
Ducks, Bruins and Penguins. Still Ducks.
There's that Getzlaff I heard about.
Actually, Bruins is a surprise choice for a girl.
Why?
I think Boston's jerseys are just something that will draw girls like light in the construction yard. But we are having a 5-minute break, so we'll be back in 5. I started the home games, and because all of the guys in Poker Mania are being so tough, I don't think I have ever won any money from the home games. And for some reason, I won't be broadcasting the home games screen because I think there might be some players that are also also following this broadcast that are playing at the home games?
It's always possible. And it's always possible to go bust in the first minute.
I have been doing my fair share of that in the home games as well. I probably haven't been the neediest of players, but neither has Tupe.
Oh wow, now I see his stats. Wow.
And now you don't.
Now I don't. Now I do. There is one more brave player coming up.
Korpisoturi 2.
So, how was the pasta? But actually, this is now the moment that you really need to keep your poker face.
Yeah, this is like playing live poker. Everyone else can see me, but I can't see them.
Just like in live poker.
Freaky Poker D 3-bet me small in position. I would be hating to throw down King Jack suited. And your stats are 53/44 in the home games.
So I think there's no fold button on your software.
Yeah, I think Tupe is playing with a Russian software. There just isn't a fold button in his software. You can change the language to English and then you can see that there's 3 different buttons in the...
So what kind of pasta did you have, Korpisoturi? Because there's at least 20 different kind of pastas. I guess you just made a really good decision from your selection.
I think actually these home games might have had a slightly aggressive tendencies. That I'm having now like 3 players on the table and they are quite a lot of these players that I know that they are having huge 3-bet stats.
Yeah, and then talking about your stats on the home games.
That's just Tupe bluffing. He's stat bluffing.
Because your 3-bet couldn't be that low.
Actually, it can be. And we are 3 out of 6 in the 180 men. And we are so screwed when both of the players behind us call. There could have been a 10, yeah.
Yeah. So it was tagliatelle for today's menu. And dolmio sauce, Välimeren kasvikset. So the Mediterranean veggies. Oh.
Is it better to have a dolmio sauce without meat? Because I'm unsure, have I ever eaten pasta without some meat? There just needs to be death on my plate.
Actually, I have eaten pasta without meat, and it was a really weird experience, but it was good.
Actually, at Afhone I might have been too.
I have eaten pasta only with pesto once, but it was handmade, homemade pesto. It was really good. And maybe sometimes only with cheese, but I'm not sure about that. Usually I prefer to have some real meat with pasta or chicken. Chicken is a meat.
Isn't it all the weird meats together? No use trying to steal from Korpistry because Korpistry is never folding to a steal. And Virpa, yeah, like, there is no sense having any food without meat.
Oh, again we see them freaking aces. And even King Jack beats us.
It doesn't matter. He was the shorter stack anyway. We are increasing our stack in the $15 180 man. I think we are also having a decent table.
Oh, Korpisoturi, you have parmesan. That's completely surprising. I thought you had nothing in your kitchen, and then you have pasta, you have dolmio, you have parmesan. Soon you'll say that, okay, yeah, I also have some duck breast there, but I forgot about it.
This is actually really close. I think with ICM this goes to a fold, but it was really close. And Korpistry, yeah, I'm talking all day about loose SB steals, but I'm talking about stealing loosely from SB against some guys that fold.
And you don't seem to be folding, Korpisoturi. So there needs to be some sensible...
Like, if Korpistry's fold to steal is 0, and fold to flop bet is 0, like... How long should I need to wait before I can bluff you?
And I thought that he's not hungry anymore, but I think he might be dangerous.
And parmesan is not a meat. That's correct.
But it's good. Oi.
Korpistry had a flush and Tupe had a set.
So there was some kind of trash talk going on. So will there be the first elimination?
If there will be an elimination, it will be my first elimination in the home games.
Awesome. Now,
stream shouldn't freeze.
Is it working for everybody else?
Everything should be working on my end, so... So it's going to be a bit hard for me to look into it if...
Now works.
Okay, if it works now, then it's okay. When we are having just 2 big blinds, we are going to get it in, although I know that we are not having the best hand here.
Pair of 6, 5. Yay!
Yay!
You had a best hand.
Yeah, best hand on the river.
Yeah, that was the official. Maybe I should cut out of that as well from the video and just post it on the Twitter. So maybe it was just a small hiccup. Stream seems to be working for everybody else now.
And actually, I need to ask you, what did you think about YouTube during your MTT experience today?
Is it better, worse, as good as Justin TV? If you have comparisons.
You can always remix the videos.
I think it requires a really good victory that we will do a victory dance plus tilulilulei plus something really weird things live. A really good win and you'll see it. That's a solid hand to ship it.
Yeah. I don't know if I should be angry or if I should be okay with it that we run queens into aces in the 3.3 dar. On the other hand, it's horrible way to end a tournament. But on the other hand, also, if the tournament is going to take forever and you are going to be one tabling about one forever, is it better to end it in the money, even though the money is practically nothing, but save you like 3 hours of your time? Actually, I think we are getting an answer right now, because I think we are going to have the worst hand again. This is going to take a while.
Yeah. So what are your feelings now? Was it a good thing or a bad thing that you won that hand?
I'm still afraid. I'm afraid that it will take... Now it has taken 5 hours and 13 minutes. And our player pool has shrunk from 3,000 players to only 41 players, or actually close to 3,000 players, and now we are back to 41 players, and it has taken 5 hours and 13 minutes.
And there's 4 players left, and that shouldn't take too much time anymore.
Yeah. And I think that when this tourney has gone on this far, I think we are going to make some money from this set. Although we are making less money than I would hope for.
So Virpa said that YouTube seems solid. So it's not a bad option. That's good to know.
Now I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. Who are you kidding? What was that move?
I think he was fucking with me.
Yeah.
So I made a big virtual middle finger.
And you thought that that would help?
No. I thought that would make a hangover man confused.
Well, how does it feel to get owned, Aarnimetsa? Korpisoturi asks. But Korpisoturi, what the freaking bets were those?
Confusing bets?
Well, yeah. Weird. Like, you're betting something and you cannot be folding anything.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I like to simplify these things for both of you. I don't know who tried to do and what, but that's basically the situation.
And actually now we are, I think when we are counting this tourney, we are something like $20 in the negative. So
yeah, I think there is some leveling going on in the home games at the moment.
but the home games have usually been really fun.
Because Korpisoturi, you know how to put a villa into a certain hand, not a range, right? No, wait. I guess he has just some amazing skills.
I think we have had an awesome MTT set when we have been break-even after 13 games without any final tables or anything.
One final table.
But during the first 13 games, we have just been min-cashing a ton during the start, and we have actually been... We have been cashing a lot.
That's good, even though they haven't been a big cashes, like huge cashes.
2, 4, 6, 8. 8 and 1 bounty. And we are having 1 rahastusjahti eligible cash.
Oh. So if Korpisoturi knows your hand that well, maybe you just put it on the screen. So it's fair for everybody. Oh my gosh, they have revealed your twitching eye live tell. Maybe we should get you the sunglasses on.
That would actually be something that would be such a cliché, that having a poker night with sunglasses on.
There is clearly some kind of trash talk again going on on the home games. Huge leveling.
And now they are getting stacks in against Tiki.
No, not Korpisoturi didn't have the flush last time either. No, wait for it. Double elimination. "34 players remaining."
And Korvisor needs to use the time bank to see my see my face. This is interesting. Now rock solid poker face.
So that's why you have your beard, because nobody can see you smiling anymore. I don't have the nuts.
No, that's why I have the moustache. Everything seems like an upside down frown. No matter what my face tells. We are out of the tourney with 23 bucks.
Yeah.
Now we are just left with the home games tourney.
Please somebody call.
But so this is what our day looks. This is what our day looks today. We'll just wait for the home game because Corpisry just owned me in the home games. So we did have a low stakes sit and go or low stakes MTT special with 44 tournaments, 408 bucks of cashes and minus $34.50. The biggest cash of the day was the 180 bucks from $15 180 man. So it didn't go completely according to plan today, but well, it wouldn't required much more. But I think we had a nice fun evening with poker today. And I think it's time for us to end. There are no tables left.
Nothing more to grind. We can go to sleep.
But thanks everyone, and especially those that actively chatted during today. It's always easier to make an entertaining evening when there is some kind of action in the chat. And please have some comments and suggestions later on as well. And if you are going to sleep, well, have a good night. Good night's sleep. Monday is going to be, well, it's going to be Monday. And depressing. And if you are still carrying on with your poker games, may you have the winningest set of them all.
See you next week.
Bye.
Bye.